Hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, everybody. Welcome to yet another small stream. I just finished work, had some dinner, and yeah, we're gonna play a little bit of Last Epoch. I have been playing this quite a bit over the weekend, and I've enjoyed myself quite a bit as well. With well, it's not the new Endgame, but with the new stuff that we can do. And so I created this character last Saturday morning when I first started playing. I played pretty much throughout the weekend most of the time. She is currently level 87 and we just reached the endgame. And by the endgame I mean the empowered timelines. So I did all the almost all the timelines, not all the timelines, but most of them. The ones that I don't mind doing, I guess. So this is what the what's it called? The end of time looks like currently. And I skipped Lagon, of course, right? And I skipped the Black Sun. We're just gonna do this empowered, I think. There's no real need for me to do the regular one, even though you can do it relatively easily. But yeah, don't really see the need to. So I am working currently on this one, the initial timeline, right? And yeah, so I'll walk you a little bit through the character if you want. So minions level 78, sorry 87. We are res capped. We are crit avoidance capped. So we're doing okay. Endurance is not, you know, crazy, but it's fine. We have some resistances that are really high that don't need to be that high, but most of the time it's fine. We have some room there for improvement. 1200 health, almost 1300 health, so that's not too bad. And we're only running minion skills, so that is kind of interesting, I suppose. We're creating an abomination out of 5 of these, and because we have less than 6 minions, skeletons mainly, less than 6 skeletons, the abomination doesn't decay. So we got a permanent abomination. This is mostly a tank. I built him as a tank at least. And then I just went full minion army. I don't have a movement skill. I'm fairly slow through the levels, but I don't have to do anything. So I enjoyed playstyle currently, at least. I'm having quite a bit of fun with this. So we got 2 of these. I got a 22% chance to get a flame wraith, which is ideal. This is a flame wraith, right? So you can't get another, but this guy dies and then I can retry at some point. So the theme is mostly fire for my minions. We got a tank in the abomination. Everybody else is mostly fire. Single target damage is not very good, but I think it's you know, it's okay. And we're doing currently 100 corruption legendary empowered timeline. And we are granted, and this is the first time I'm seeing this, by the way, or well, the first time was when I opened up this Fall of the Outcasts screen. Here you can actually see the exclusive Echo rewards. And it's cool. So I don't think this happens when you don't have empowered timelines unlocked, even though it does exist, but you don't get this panel because there's nothing to choose, right? Might be me, but I only saw this yesterday after I unlocked the empowered timelines. So that's cool. You can see over here what you can farm for, so you can target farm to some extent, right? Unique echoes, oh sorry, unique bows and quivers. I mean, yeah, sure, you know, why not? And you know, we got a little bit of a web going here. I don't really plan to increase the corruption too much, to be honest. I think 100 corruption for my current build in its current state is fine, you know? It's going relatively smooth. And so far I'm happy that I can just run 100 corruption. I don't think this build with like its permanent minions is strong enough to take much more than that. And so we're not really trying. But yeah, that's I think the introduction. That's what I have been up to. I hope you guys are doing well and that you're having some fun with the patch. Let me know. And let me know what you're playing. Guess you're all playing Javelin, right? But yeah, let me know. So there's not too much interesting islands left. So we do have the option, I think, over here. Rerolling all uncompleted. That might not be a bad idea right now. We're also pretty close towards the final stability that we need. And so that might also not be a terrible idea to do. So I think I'll be re-rolling, see if there are any rewards that I really want to get to. Because there isn't much here. Like, I don't care personally too much about idols. Here is one of those special ones, right? The war camp thing. So that's pretty cool. Yeah. Let me do a quick check, and then we're off to the races, I think. So I'm gonna try and get to this. Let me try and shut down Discord. Right. Okay. I think we're all good. So I'm just gonna go this route one more time. What we get over here? 3 echoes of 34% increased damage. That's fine. And then we have the crit strike chance, which is also more than fine because I'm crit immune. So here's the build. So the speed is not amazing, but I can't swap out anything, right? Because as soon as you swap out any of the skills, you're going to well, lose a minion or more than one minion. And so it's basically just this. But the good thing is, I suppose, that you can just walk and you don't really have to worry about too much, not even in the empowered timeline so far at least. Yeah, sometimes they die, but not that often. I made them relatively tanky. I'm trying to get them a little bit more minion regen. I'm not really sure what like the minion meta is these days, and if they can actually be somewhat decent or if they, you know, kind of suck still. But I definitely went the more tanky route. Also for myself, right? I'm wearing a shield. There's definitely room for improvement and scaling. The levels alone are gonna give the minions a lot more health and I think damage too, right? So that would be another, was that another 6-7% or something? So that should add up and keep them alive to some extent. But I think if you run a build of minions where you do actually summon them yourself and they're not permanent, so you're gonna go with the Raves, for example, as like a summonable skill, you'll have a lot more Raves running around doing a lot of damage, right? So I found a staff, for example, that lets me summon 12 additional Raves. So I think then the maximum would be 20. You could have 20 Raves running around in this army, scaling with pretty much anything that you're going with over there, right? That would be a lot more damage than what I'm having here, I would assume. And I might do some sort of like a respec later down the line. But for now, I just want to see, you know, if the prototype that, or the archetype that EHG is promoting or was promoting in the patch notes, right? The sort of the permanent summoner. if that is actually any good. And so far, I would say it's definitely viable up until Empowered Timelines, which you're seeing over here. But it's nothing special, right? It's nothing special. But it's okay, in my mind. And like I said, like there's some room for some scaling. We can definitely upgrade our items a little bit. I'm still running around with the Reach of the Grave, which is not bad, but you know, it's not great either. If I can get like generic minion damage on any weapon, honestly, that's probably gonna be preferential, right? But overall, I'm also just playing the endgame to get, for example, all the new uniques, right? So this is a unique I don't have yet. I haven't played much last patch, and I think last patch there were also like 11 uniques added or something, right? Something like that, like 11, I think. So, and I'm not sure I found any of them in my playthroughs back then. I was just a bit done with last Epoch, but now I'm actually quite enjoying the gameplay loop again. And you know, the farming, you get a bunch of uniques, honestly, especially in Empowered Timelines. So it's interesting to get those and then look at look at the options, right? They like this. Oh, this is the, isn't this the one for McFluffin? It's the first one I'm seeing this as well. So you get those uniques, and then I just keep thinking about, oh, what kind of build could I make with this, right? That could actually be fun. So yeah, that is something that I think this game has always done really well. And more uniques is a good way, I guess, to some extent, at least, to keep you busy a little bit. And to just try out a few more builds, which is what I have enjoyed always quite a bit, also in the past. I'm not necessarily very good at making builds, at least not good builds, right? But yeah, at least some fun builds. So I got a few, quite a few new uniques actually already that I found, and that are to some extent at least interesting. The good thing I think about this build, but once again, it's definitely not the best mapper either, right? But you can just move to your objective, and your golem primarily and your archers, they are killing a lot of enemies along the way, right? And so you can just move over here, kill the remainder stuff that's like going to pursue you, basically, right? They're coming after you, they're chasing you. And then at the end you can cut them all down, and then that's it. It's, for me, efficient enough. But yeah, I've definitely made builds in the past that went a lot faster and did similar damage. But this is also fairly tanky. I'm not dying a lot. At least I wasn't before the Empowered Timelines. And so far in the Empowered Timelines, I think I died once. Out of 22 echoes, it's not too bad, right? I mean, for me, at least, it's not too bad. So maybe have a small look at what we got so far, right? So I found this one. I have no idea if these are like special or not, right? But this seems interesting, I guess. Lightning penetration, the devotion. This is a new one that I haven't seen yet. Honestly, no idea what this is for. I could imagine that you do something with a lich, and maybe like the poison aura or something, because it can heal you up completely. Not entirely sure. This is a new one I haven't seen yet. This is a new one I haven't seen yet. And on the... Did we get a new two-hander? Yeah, I found this one yesterday. So this is a two-hander, 200% minion damage. but it's mostly for poison. Your poison damage modifiers also apply to your skeleton rogues. So if you want to go with a rogue army and this one, it could be pretty fun, right? And I think you're supposed to do some damage as well, because this is a two-handed pole arm and it's got like the melee damage over there. So I don't know, you put some harvest or something in there and then the skeleton rogues, and then you start scaling poison. Not entirely sure what you're supposed to do with this, but it seems pretty fun. Like, this is a unique that I think is pretty interesting. And that's what they do very well, right? With their uniques. They're well designed overall, I think. We got this one, Hungering Souls. If you ever want to do that skill, it's pretty good. Seems to be maybe more of a leveling unique, this one. It requires only level 20. That one we know. This is a new one. Endgame, right? Ignite on minion hit. Minion fire damage. Minion fire resistance. Yeah. It's pretty cool. It's not entirely for my build, but I could try and incorporate this thing into the build. We got this one, Jasper Searing Pride for Flame Reeve. Flame Reeve Surge and Enchant Weapon. I found another one over here. It's got even an additional skill. Pretty cool stuff. I think this was from last patch, but I found it as well. And this one, Aberrant's Call, the Wraith. This is the Wraith one, right? So I got this one has got 12 maximum raise. I mean, it's probably the best you can do after the Wraith nerfs, right? Anything else? Yeah, this new dagger that you find all over the place. Lightning damage with lethal mirage and shurikens. I've never really played shurikens, but yeah, sure. A new bow. Flight of the First. That looks pretty cool. The quiver, right? I've just got another one. This you find all over the place, this quiver. Didn't find a new chest yet. No new helmets either. Two new shields so far. The Bastion of Honor. Block chance against nearby enemies. 100%. What? That seems completely broken. And then this one. This is also pretty interesting. 39% chance to apply Spirit Plague on melee hit. So if you do a Lich, once again, with Spirit Plague and damage over time. Yeah, I can see that. I can see this happening. Could be cool. If you block a lot, you get a lot of health back, right? 37 or 44 health on block. I mean, yeah, sure. New boots. Not those ones. I think these ones are new, I think. Dark Stride. For Void Cleave? Yeah, it has to be, right? Because Void Cleave is new. So this pretty, but this drops all over the place. I found 5 of them already, I think. This one I found yesterday. Also fire damage. Fire Aura. I already have a Fire Aura concept build that I made like last patch. And this fits right in. So I'm gonna try that for sure. That's kind of like an auto bomber. You can just walk around and then Fire Aura spawn from all over the place. It's actually pretty cool. It just doesn't really do any damage. So it's a small issue. Raven's Rise. I think this I had last time already, but this one's new, I'm pretty sure. Poison chance on throwing hit. This one is new. The Stormhide. These drop all over the place. Frostbite Shackles. As casual, how long can I play this game as hardcore before I beat the game? What do you mean exactly? As a casual, how long can I play this game as hardcore? I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Yeah, the story isn't finished yet, so that's one good point, at least. But I just don't entirely understand the question. We're gonna reroll the rewards of the open tiles. I could do the timeline and go towards wherever we need to be, but I'm fine with this so far. A couple hours till you reach the current end of story. Right, so it's about, I would say maybe for a new player, maybe 7 hours or something. 7, 8 hours, something like that. Before you reach the end of the current story. But it's like 75% done, the campaign. There's 3 more, there's 3 more acts coming, let's say, 3 more chapters. A couple, I mean, I would say for a new player, you're gonna spend like a good number of hours, right? 7 hours wouldn't be unreasonable, I don't think, because we know exactly where to go, but a new player doesn't know exactly where to go, right? So it's gonna take you a little bit of time. Yeah, seems about right, yeah. So here you see particularly the archers are taking a little bit of damage, but there are a lot of creatures here, right? So if it gets busy, your minions do tend to die at some point. But their damage output is all right. At least I think so. You know, you can see the crits. So we got some crit scaling. Once we level up, we can give them some crit multiplier. I'm gonna be looking out for a few more sources of damage, I suppose. But yeah. Hey, I will start last epoch today, and I'm in between Void Knight and Spellblade. What do you think is better? I can't decide for you what's better, man. You should just play what you think is enjoyable. They are both very different playstyles, though. I think a Void Knight, typically speaking, is a bit more tankier, right? Because you're coming from a Sentinel. There's a lot more defensive options. Spellblade is... yeah, it's a Spellblade. I mean, it's like a melee mage doing a lot of mage stuff. But both are good. I mean, in general, I would say the build balance in last epochs is pretty good. Everything is pretty balanced. So there's no like actual horrible classes or something. We need to make a second row of belts, I think. Oh yeah, and this one is new as well. At least for me, I don't have that one yet. Let's see, that's a lot of health. Fire damage and fire pen. And chance to shock on hit. The shock is not too great, eh? Alright, here we wanna look out for minion stuff. If there's anything there. Yeah, we'll sell it. I don't really care. The keys, I don't care about the keys either. Yeah. Alright. We'll shatter this for the shards, which I don't have too many of. Let's go to set items, right? So, is this... Can you see what the set item is? Yeah, it's Sunforged, all of this, right? Forgotten Knight. So I don't think I have the other one. Philatrias. Because this is Gaspar's Will. Which is different, right? I'm assuming. But Necromancer, does your character have any skills for himself? You have the option, right? You have the option. So I made a permanent minion army and I don't have to do anything. I just run around. But you don't have to play that way. You can lose 1 or 2 minions and turn it into active skills. Or you can change the minions to not be permanent but temporary, and then you need to cast the minions yourself. But yeah, this is the lazy version of the summoner, so I don't have to do anything. Is there any other use for duplicate uniques? Not really. Sometimes uniques may have, you know, if you don't have a best roll and you have like maybe different builds that can use a different part of the unique mod, then maybe. I just tend to make a few characters, so I'm just like, you know, I have a small collection, you could say. And then I just pick the one that I want. And I keep like 2 or 3 of each. And that's it. But there's no real reason. Like if you have like a perfectly rolled one, it's just that sometimes one of these things, they go on like a character. And then I don't want to look through all of my characters, right? To find the unique again that I know I have on them somewhere. So I just have a copy of them most of the time. And that's it. Yeah, I can show you some active skills, sure. I'll show you a little bit about the skill tree as well. Let me just organize this. This is for a mage apparently. Okay, and we'll put it over here. And this is the Xerix thing, which is in general. Yeah, but I don't need it. Okay, yeah. So if I which one can I lose? I can lose the summon ray. So these are all the skills that I have currently. And most of these are active skills. So, for example, I can summon a volatile zombie somewhere, right? Yeah, here's a volatile zombie. It's an exploding zombie. So if I do this, now first of all, you will see that my 2 rays that I just had, they're gone, and now I'm summoning zombies. So it's not going to be extremely visible, honestly, because I got so many minions sitting around, right? But you see him, this guy over here, he's slowly losing health, as you can see at the top bar, right? I'm not sure how many I can summon, actually. Is there a limit to these guys? There's no limit. But yeah, these guys, they are basically homing missiles, right? They walk through an enemy and then they explode. And you can scale the damage. So that's, for example, an active skill you could use as a necromancer. But there are several curses that you can put on enemies. You know, comparable to something like Sniper's Mark, if you have that. Yeah, there's Spirit Plague, which is a curse. There's all sorts of you can cast spells yourself. This is just a spell, right? Hungering Souls. These are also homing missiles that are just going to seek out enemies and kill them. Honestly, many options. There's a few more minions that you can do. This Transplant, which is more like a movement skill. I don't use really anything because I'm like lazy, right? Today at least. But this is Transplant, right? I'm just using from A to B there. It's very useful, honestly. But I would rather have 2 more rays. And then if you look at the skill, if I could puff in, these are the skill trees. So if I look at my raves, for example, each skill in Last Epoch has a skill tree, which looks like this. And if you level up, you get, or once you level these skills up, they get points, and you can spend those points in the skill tree, and then this completely changes the skills. So for example, I took, where is it? Here. Can you see that? My camera might be in the way, but I think you can see this, right? This is a sub-skill called Twin Spirits. And it says Rave's health no longer decays, but you're limited to only 2 Raves. So if I don't have the skill point over here, I have a Wraith, but it decays, like the volatile zombie that I just had, right? And because of this skill, I now can have 2 permanent Wraiths. And so I have taken a similar skill like this for others as well. So with the Assemble Abomination, which is the big dude in my army, he also can't decay anymore. So this has also become a permanent minion. And the other 3 are permanent minions by default. So I have 5 permanent minion skills, and that's what I'm doing. And then I'm just walking around. But you can really build these types of characters any way you want, which is kind of the beauty of the game, honestly. And it's pretty straightforward as well. It's not really difficult, if that makes any sense, right? If you look at the skill tree like this, like at first glance you might think like, oh, I don't really know what's going on, but they're usually divided in sections, and you can figure out pretty fast, like, is this a route I want to go? So for example, my golem, all these nodes to the right, these are fire nodes, right? And they give them this fire aura, and they give them fire damage over time, and more fire damage and more fire damage. So, you know, my golem over here, he's the guy in the middle. He's casting this fire aura, and it burns everything around him. Well, not my own minions, fortunately, but all the enemies. So that's a little bit how you can spec into different of these skills. Let's say you try some skills and don't like them. You can respec, yes. You lose some of the points that you got before, meaning that you have to re-level the new skill, but you also start out with like a baseline of points, depending on your level. So if you're high level, you get like 10 points. If you're low level, you get like 3 points. But respecking isn't too punishing. During the campaign, it's a little bit of a pain in the ass, to be honest, but it's okay. You know, it's okay. But in endgame, respecking is super easy. Can you still direct your minions? Yeah. Oh, you can still direct your minions. Yes, you can still directly control your minions with a key as well. True. Yeah, you have a whole tab. Yeah, it just makes it a little bit easier, and you know, I have the in-game money anyway because I've been playing so much previously, like over the last 2 years. And how do you respec them? You just in the menu itself. So you can just open up the skills menu, and then you choose respec, and then you can choose if you want to just take away points, which you then get back later once you kill more enemies, or you can re-specialize the entire skill into something else. So you have an option there. You don't need to visit, you know, you don't need to visit anyone. You don't need currency for it. You can just do it from the menu. There's no requirements or anything. You can do it in the map. I can respec now if I want. Yeah, the opportunity cost is just that your new skill starts at a lower level, and you have to kill more enemies in order to get it back to, you know, max level eventually. Yeah, you're welcome, man. If you have any questions, just let me know. It's a part of the reason why we're streaming, right? Transient rest. We got these. Pretty sure. Okay, let's look for some interesting notes because we re-rolled pretty much everything. So there's something here, but that's a regular set item. I don't think that's that interesting, honestly. Here are daggers. Here turned out to be another unique. Here's a set item. At some point in time I also need to do the boss. So you want to, I think, keep track a little bit of the timelines. But honestly, I think the rewards are more interesting than the progression. So let's just keep going with this. We can do these two, a unique item and a set item, and another set item over here, right? So that's a decent area. Let's just start there. Yeah, and with the Necromancer, it's a bit of how should I put it? It's convenience versus damage, you could almost say. So this build to me is very convenient, right? Because I only have to walk around. And if I'm not streaming, I don't mind this either. Just as gameplay style. Because I'll be listening to a podcast or, you know, something like that. So I don't mind that I don't have like an active play style. But the cost, of course, and I'm gonna die here if I'm not careful. The cost is that, you know, this is not the highest damage you could do with a bunch of minions on a necromancer. Like not even close, right? You can do so much more damage if you would do a bit more effort yourself, right? If I would summon my own race instead of having 2 permanent ones, I could have I don't know how many. I could have a lot of race instead of just, you know, instead of just 2. So it also depends on what you want to do. If you want to go absolutely try hard for all the endgame content and whatnot, then this is not the best build, right? Clearly. But this is already pretty much endgame content. The 100%, the 100 corrupted and power timelines. And it's going fine, right, so far. So, and there's some, there's definitely some opportunity for a bit more scaling here as well. So I'm not too unhappy about this. If I don't die, you know. Especially these guys, like these big dudes, they hurt quite a bit. They have a lot of health too. But look at how many uniques we're getting. I'll figure out later how and what. Well, you might actually be able to sell that. 30 res still possible, yeah. I think they hard capped it, right? Didn't they hard cap it? I haven't really looked into it, but I found the staff that gave me 12 more or 12 maximum. The gauntlet from Ziz. I typically don't really play the gauntlet from Ziz, but for no apparent reason, honestly. I sometimes play the other events from PoE themselves, right? Like the Battle Royale or the Endless Delve. I had a lot of fun in the Endless Delve. Yeah, so I think they kept they kept the skill. You used to be able to get 200 even, but I think they kept it. Does it say? You are limited to 6 active raves, right? So that's by default, and then you can get more, right? So if you search maximum, here's 2 more, and I think there are more. Oh, this is raised summons +2. Okay, so that's 8. And then there's a staff of 12, which I found. So you can get 20 in total. And I think that might be a limit, unless there's some other source of getting more raise. But yeah, so it's a pretty massive nerf, right? Pretty massive nerf. But yeah, it was burning the servers, right? So I understand. Here's another plague staff. Is it a good roll or not? 164. Could be better, huh? I think we'll sell the rest, honestly. This transient rest. Let me get the boots. We only got 1. Yeah, sure, I'll take it. And then this staff over here. This seems to be pretty common as well. I found 3 already in like 2 days. Please. To be fair, we spam some race non-stop, not the nicest rotation. Yeah, exactly. There wasn't much like rhyme or reason to any of it, right? So I agree as well. I think it was clearly not intended that you could have like hundreds of rays on the screen, right? But then, of course, some people figure out how you can do that, and then yeah. I honestly don't know how they did it. Like, I never managed to do that myself, but it wasn't too hard to get like 50 of them with like cooldown reductions and whatnot. So yeah. Amulet, strong mind. Nah. You enjoying this more these days? Seems to have a rough patch for a few months, no pun intended. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what it is. I've only been playing, I don't know, maybe maybe 12 hours or something. Is there like a /played function in this game? No. /play, /played, /playtime. Doesn't work, eh? Do I need to enable chat for that to work? Well, I don't know, but this character is brand new, so whatever the playtime is of this character, that's how long I've been playing. It's not very long that I put in this patch, but I have to say that I am enjoying the end gameplay loop a bit more. And it did have a few rough patches, right? Because the implementation of the endgame system just wasn't very good. And there are still some issues, I would say. But it's also quite smooth on the other hand. So the gameplay loop of just, going into a map basically, right? Like this. Just go into a map and then you do whatever's asked of you in the map, and you go back, you get your rewards, you get your specific rewards for what you just chose, right? Which I just chose on the map. So I'm gonna get a guaranteed unique out of this. Doesn't need to be a good unique, but at least guaranteed I'm getting a unique. And so the gameplay loop is not too bad. It's actually quite fun. It's a lot better than it was last patch. So last patch I got burned out relatively quickly because the system was very punishing still, and it just wasn't very fun, at least for me. So despite the entire new endgame, pretty much I wasn't too impressed by it. And yeah, this is running a lot better. They made quite a few changes to make the monolith more accessible for, let's say, more casual players like me. So getting towards the empowered timelines, it still takes quite a long time. I still think they need to shorten that time, to be honest, because on one character it's okay, but every character has to go through this, which is just nuts. But yeah, and of course the maps are still not randomized, right? So the maps are still static. So the sort of the mapping experience itself is, in my opinion at least, not great. Right? This is still just, run to the arrow as fast as you can, do the objective, whether it's like this, which is basically like a small spawn point of enemies, or whether it's killing a boss or killing a few spires. Doesn't really matter, right? That's the gameplay within the map, which isn't great. So there's some work to be done there, but pretty much everything around it is quite fun. The progression through the timeline and everything is pretty good stuff, honestly. And then you find a bunch of uniques, right? I mean, they put 33 uniques in there, so there's a lot of uniques to farm if you want that. And then you find a new unique, you think, oh, I might have a build idea about this, right? And then you do that. So yeah, I think it's starting to appeal to me a little bit more, honestly, this patch, for some reason. But then also, no guarantees. Like after 10 hours from now, I could still say, okay, I've had it, right? I've seen enough, I know how the system works. But yeah, does anyone know if there's ever a release date? I'm sure at some point they will have a release date, but not anytime soon. Unfortunate. Well, I'm not even sure if that's unfortunate, to be honest. But yeah, not anytime soon. I just need the search function. Yeah, I think I asked for that last patch as well. If they would have a search function in the like you have in Delve, that would be pretty good, right? Just highlight whatever you want to look for. It should be easy to implement, honestly, but I think they have some other priorities. They need to have leveling uniques that make alls breeze through the campaign, and I think, yeah, those do exist, Vertigo. Those do exist. I mean, you can do the campaign pretty well, but honestly, the campaign, well, to me at least, it comes down still to this generic issue of like having nothing randomized in the maps. So the entire campaign is extremely static because you know exactly where to go because nothing changes in the campaign, right? It's always the same maps, always the same stuff. So that is a little bit problematic. So you can do it fairly fast. I think you can run through the campaign in like 4 hours without even tryharding. I think if you're tryharding, you might be even faster. So if you just prepare well, you know the way, and you get these leveling uniques, and you just got a bunch of movement speed, basically. Movement speed and a bit of resistances and a bit of health, right? That's it. Then that's not an issue. But then you need this character to do the entire Monolith of Fate regular timelines, right? Which takes also like, I don't know, 6 to 10 hours. And you can't choose there either, right? You have to go through each and every one of them. You can only skip one or two. And only then you get to like the fun stuff, which are the empowered timelines. So I think in terms of pacing, there's definitely something, something off. We're getting more systems, right? So it might be remedied by other additional endgame systems and other stuff to do. But yeah, that's a little bit what it's boiling down to right now. I like the game overall, but couldn't stand these boring monster model animations. Yeah, I see what you mean. I think the animations are still pretty bad, right? Animations, sound, music. To me, that's really subpar. Yeah, you're welcome, Cal. Gameplay optimization wise, what we say is better at this moment in time, Chronicon or LE? I'm not even sure you can compare those two games. But itemization, I would say LE is already a better game, honestly. But gameplay, it depends what you value, right? I suppose. I mean, I love Chronicon to bits, but also for like maybe 100 hours. And after that, I can't really see myself playing more Chronicon either. So, yeah. I think the longevity of Last Epoch is a lot more than Chronicon. But Chronicon does have the randomized stuff, right? And they have a very enticing gameplay loop. And I think Last Epoch is getting there, but they're not there yet. And there should be, I think, a few more systems implemented in order to make it like a really enticing game. Yeah, Chronicon gameplay wise is really fun, I agree. And it's also like extremely zoom and like very convenient, right? I did a review of Chronicon once, like probably like a year ago, might be even longer by now, where I said something like, this is the most convenient action RPG I've ever played, right? Everything is automated in Chronicon, and you can just purely focus on like your build, on the items, on killing monsters, and that's it. There's nothing else, no friction whatsoever. Chris Wilson would not enjoy Chronicon, right? Because it's like too easy. But I loved it, especially as a fan of PoE. Sometimes you just want to play a game that does everything for you, kind of. It's almost like an auto walker in those mobile games, right? But it doesn't detract from the fun, but I think it does detract from the longevity of the game. What am I doing wrong here, sir? for 4 hours becomes a chore. Yeah, it becomes a chore. The campaign becomes a chore. That's one of the issues, I think. Let's see if I can get it via this route. I don't know all the maps yet by heart, but most of them I do. So you don't need to think about it too much. But then again, I'm not really paying attention because I'm reading chat, right? Would a count-wide monolith be better? Yeah. So I think it would be better, similar to how the Atlas is account-wide, right? You're only setting up and clearing the Atlas with one character, or if multiple if you want, but typically speaking with one character, and then at least you have a choice. I mean, it will still be impossible at level, in most cases, at level 50 or something to do an empowered timeline, but at least you have the choice, right? And now you're forced to do 7, I think, regular timelines until you unlock the empowered timeline, and only then you can get into the empowered timeline. By that time you're like level 80, right? Whereas you could probably do it sooner than that. So I would like it, yeah. But I think for the beta or the early access that they're in right now, I can sort of see why they're not doing it, right? They're getting a lot of like data as well from us playing through the campaigns with all different kind of builds and characters and whatnot. So I'm sure there's some value in there too. I'm not sure they would ever admit to that, but that's also a consideration at the very least. And you know, it clearly reduces the time that you're spending per character. But I don't think that is a problem. Why is this guy blocking everything, by the way? Block hits from distant enemies. Okay, let's put these guys just in front of him then. So yeah, I'd be curious to see what they're gonna do with that in the future. I would love this thing to be account wide. It would make my life a lot easier, and I think it would level the whole leveling alts process would be a lot easier as well. Hey Thyworm, I'm doing a similar build. Instead of Abomination, I'm trying Rip Blood to buff my minions. Yeah, seems decent. Yeah, so the Abomination is my main tank of the whole army. You could turn your Golem into a tank if you want, right? I think the Abomination has more health. I think, but it's hard to figure that out, right? So the way I spec my Abomination is actually I gave him like damage reflected and threat generated. I gave him a health leech. Honestly, not entirely sure how well this works. I mean, yeah, he stays alive, but I think as soon as I have some like regen or something, this might not be necessary. I'm not entirely sure. I'm giving him some minion armor per minion consumed. It's just because I had a spare point. I haven't spec'd into damage at all. I'm giving him 60% more health. So yeah, he does not do damage for me. And then the golem I turned into a flame golem basically, because I have like a bit of a fire theme going on here, and I have a bunch of these 70% increased minion fire damage. I got 4 of those, so I have my minion fire damage is insane. It's 842% minion fire damage, which is it seems at least pretty good to me. And they're still scaling. So yeah, this is fine honestly with me, or for me. It works pretty well. But I have no active skills to cast whatsoever, right? So it's pretty good, because I can read chat. That is a lot of fire damage. Yeah, I mean, you get 280 from the from these things, right? What's the max roll here? Oh, 72 is the max roll. Yeah, so I got 71. I don't have all of them. I got also base crit for these guys, which may not be necessary at some point anymore. I'll have to do some dummy testing at some point. But 69, 70, and 71, plus some other random stuff. I got this, you know, the bow and the spellcast wand. Haven't really found anything better. I might have to make my loot filter a bit less strict on the weaponry, honestly. But, you know. Yeah, and then the gear is decent, but it's nothing special, I would say. And I think by now, by the way, it also, it accumulates, right? So I have 432 minion damage. And that is like the baseline. So this is just from passes and whatnot, right? So this is base. This 540 spell damage is just, you should take that 432, you should detract it, right, from the 540, and then you have what I have in minion spell damage somewhere on the tree as well. So minion fire damage is like, there's roughly half of it, right? So I have 400 minion fire damage across the board somewhere. And then of course you have the skills themselves, right, which also do additional fire damage. So it seems to do okay, but yeah, seems to do okay. Does damage over time help with this ignite? If you have minion damage over time, then it should, right? But if you have damage over time, that doesn't matter. But yeah, you have minion damage over time, so then the ignite should do more damage for your minions. But I went with fire and not so much with damage over time, because only the fire golem does damage over time, really. And that's because of his fire aura. That's not even really... they're igniting to some extent, but I'm definitely not scaling ignite. I'm just scaling like hits, you could say. Fire damage hits. Yeah, that's what you meant, yeah. Yeah, no, it works, but I always feel... But I'm not a great build guy, well... I'm not really a great theory crafter or anything, right? So I always feel that you should really try and focus on one thing. So either you're gonna complete bonkers on the minion ignite, and then probably also get a unique that does that, you know, that helps you out with that, and go that route pretty much, or you do flat damage. I think if you do some sort of weird mixture, it's not really gonna lead to anything. So I think you really want to make up your mind as to what you feel your minions should be doing. For me, this sort of like on-hit thing works pretty well. I'm sure that right now there's also an ignite running on this spire, but it's not significant compared to, you know, just the general damage that these guys do. But here you see a decent demonstration of the abomination, right? He's just standing there, pretty much taking all the heat, sometimes literally. And that's exactly what I want, right? So he's a decent tank. He doesn't really do any damage, but he manages to keep himself alive in most cases because of the leech, I think. And yeah, I'm pretty happy with this setup. It also means that most of the time, at least, my archers have sort of like free reign. I only have 4 of them, right? I can't have more because then my abomination starts decaying, which is a problem, of course. Oh, hello. Let's see if there's anything good in here, otherwise I'll just leave these things on the floor. Necrotic damage. Melee damage, crit chance. Health. Bleed. Chance to bleed, 72. Another chance to bleed. And damage over time. And physical damage. I mean... maybe. Frailty. Melee cold. Melee cold and damage over time. I'm just trying to figure out, like, is there anything that will work with this, right? So 23% melee attack speed and lightning damage. I mean, maybe, you know. This seems pretty bad. And the melee damage, just the regular melee damage. Doesn't look like it. No. I didn't really theory craft anything, but it's so far it's pretty much fine. So yeah, I'm not really complaining. I am pretty happy so far with this, and it's like I said, there are still some scaling opportunities for sure. I got a pretty strict loot filter, so I'm not picking up an awful lot. But yeah, I mean, it could definitely be interesting to see what it turns out to be, right? Yeah, I don't know about these weapons, to be honest. I think we're gonna sell most of it. But specifically, like, there's a few items that aren't that great, like this belt, for example. I mean, it's like whatever, pretty much. I'm sure you can get something better on that. Pretty happy with the shield, honestly. That's pretty good. This one's pretty good. I mean, 5% crit base chance for skeletons and mages, who are my main damage dealers, right? That's really not too bad. This is a well-rolled amulet with, you know, some decent stuff in there, but it's nothing special. So there's some room for improvement on the gear. There's some room for improvement on the idols, I think. There is natural scaling of the minions, right, as you level up, which we're still doing. So that's good. And then, of course, some passives. Yeah, it rolled with tier 5. So I slammed a tier 1 summon bone golem over there. And then the other two are not really that special, honestly, right? So this is also, you can definitely improve this as well. Wouldn't honestly be too hard, because endurance threshold is completely useless. And lightning res, yeah, I mean, it's 18, you know, so it's like tier 3. So if I can turn that into tier 5, I don't need the lightning res from the belt, for example, right? So there's some min-maxing that you can do here for sure. Yeah. Something that I'm really looking for still is some minion regen. That would be pretty good. And then these things you just shard, right? Because I only have, for example, 15 level summon rays. So I'm just sharding those in the hope that I get a few more, which, you know, of course you don't, because of reasons. But yeah, that's a little bit, you know, what I'm still trying to do. But I don't need to do anything. I'm just gonna keep it at 100, let's say 100 corruption, right? So there's no real reason for me to make any changes there. We're gonna be doing some boss fights as well pretty soon, I think. What's the maximum over here? Not sure. Any other interesting routes that we want to be taking? Oh, we could go here. Here's another bow. I mean, sure. Yeah, so if you set up your loot filter correctly, you can do this fairly easily, right? And then you can do some target farming, of course, also with the new echo system, which I think is pretty well implemented. I think you could get maybe a few more rewards, but you know, if you're playing a random echo anyway, which you're kind of doing, otherwise you might as well pick a specific one for either a blessing that you want, or for one of the set or otherwise unique items, right? That are still over there. In situations like this, I just tend to wait a little bit, right, for my minions to kill everything, because this is so much HP or XP that you're getting from all these zombies. and they're so nicely like piled up together. I'm gonna pick up the XP there, right? But otherwise, I just move. I just walk from A to B. They'll catch up eventually, right? Or they spawn next to you again. But usually they catch up and then they fire a few shots and then they continue. So it's pretty convenient, honestly. I'm sure some other content creators would not be impressed with this build at all, but that's completely fine, right? I mean, can't all be a Boardman 21 here, so we're making builds for the plebs and for the people that just want to enjoy fun builds instead of the absolute top dogs that we're clearly not, right? So. And it depends, of course, on what sort of modifiers you're slapping on the timeline as well, right? So right now they got some additional health. I think they got some additional armor. I think they got glancing blows. So and they have 100 corruption, so that's another 50% more health. So this isn't, this isn't amazing. But my minions, they tend to survive. Right, they're leeching from their crits and whatnot, and they do enough damage for now. So I think if you keep it somewhat at like this level of corruption, 100 corruption, I think you can clear all the empowered timelines. At least that's what I'm gonna try. And then if it's fun and I'm still having fun in a while, I might make a build guide. Might make a build guide and then maybe swap it around a bit, right? Turn it into a bit more of an active playstyle, which you can definitely do. And I think, for example, your Red Blood example is that's a decent way to buff your minions, especially if you can have way more minions if you cast them yourself, right? But the good thing about like this sort of like lazy summoner style is there are suddenly a whole lot of things you don't have to worry about, like mana. Doesn't matter at all, right? So I don't have like a single, well, maybe an accidental mod, but I don't think I have a single mana mod or mana regen mod or mana efficiency mod. Not at all, right? And you could opt to go a bit less on the defenses because you're hardly ever getting hit. Although I think that's generally not a good idea, but you could say like, well, you could go with the two-hander instead of a shield for more damage. You can get way more minion modifiers that way, right? So I'm keeping it relatively tanky. I can take a few hits, which I think is important. I don't want to. Also, like this is not really an endgame system where you want to die because you lose the rewards, right? Which I think is perfectly balanced, honestly. I really like this sort of what they basically have done with the new system, that you don't lose the entire timeline progression anymore like it used to be the case, which was absolutely insane, right? But you still want to make a tanky build, because otherwise, you see that like unique in my case bow or set bow, and then you die and then the reward is gone, right? So you don't have to do the timeline anymore. Yeah. So I think they struck a good balance there for sure. Hello, hey Paul, how you doing, buddy? I picked Harvest. Harvest is a cool skill, man. Like, don't go with the Necromancer then, though. Like, go with the Lich. Well, at least that would be the most synergistic choice, I guess. You can take a Necromancer Harvest skill, I'm sure, but Lich makes a bit more sense, I guess. I'm enjoying my Necromancer character, right? A slightly more active route with the volatile zombies. Yeah, those can be good too. Okay, kill the Patriarch first. Avoid the matriarch, because I'm sure she's here somewhere. She's gonna jump at me, right? No, not even. Ah, there she is. Yeah. Yeah, so you see single target. You know, it's not great. These are definitely a bit more tanky as well these days, but it's gonna be a little bit tough as well, the boss fight, I'm sure. So you're gonna see, like, this is not a boss killer build at all. But then again, I mean, you're hardly ever doing bosses in Monolith, right? So if a boss takes you 2 minutes longer to kill, but otherwise you have a fairly smooth experience, I think that is worth something, to be honest. Alright, we should try to take a few modifiers that we can handle. Here's a unique ring if you want it, or a unique item. Right, so we want to take something that is either useless for our build or that I don't really care too much about. So I don't want the shred armor, for example, although one-time shred armor is probably fine. Definitely don't want to give him dodge. Something like crit would be not the end of the world, right? Crit avoidance, 90% increased damage, 160% crit chance. Let's see, so I want to do something that has like not a long timer as well. So 31% increased health, that's completely fine, I would say. We can try and we could do an Orbis as well, and then go for the timeline, right? Right, so let's do this. We'll find one or two more. You see this guy, for example. Now these crabs do tend to have a lot of health, to be honest, but that takes a while, right? Oh, it's again at the bottom here. I think I'll just keep walking. I don't really care how many of them they kill. If there's something actually interesting, then I'll see it on the minimap, right? If it's a unique. Yeah, I mean, I'm a little surprised to see so many people still went Necromancer. I didn't think it was that popular of a class, honestly. But it's nice to see. I really enjoy Necromancers, typically speaking. This leak in in Path of Exile, I was playing a Spectre Summoner, so that's like kind of this play style, honestly. I was just walking around, my Spectres were killing everything. It's pretty good. Didn't really have to do too many things for that either. Yeah, so here you're gonna see the frame rate tank completely. But surprisingly, my army is still pretty much alive. I'm running at 12 frames per second now. I'll put the timer in. 14 frames per second, top left. Okay, so now all my archers are dead, but that's fine. Flame Golem is about to die as well. So we'll summon a new Flame Golem. There we go. You see the Abomination, who is the main target of all the hate over here, right? He is doing completely fine. So yeah, yeah. Necromancer, Beastmaster. Yeah, Beastmaster was already much more of a permanent minion kind of thing, right? Because the companions are permanent by default. So that's a little different. Okay, they killed everybody. Now we can activate this thing. So you see, this takes a while, but then again, these guys are super tanky. Even by default, they're pretty tanky. So it's not too surprising. But you know, this is why I'm not increasing corruption, because if you give them more health, like let's say 25% more health or something, it's really not great, right? And I don't want to wait so long for a map to be cleared. Like sometimes you can't avoid this, but typically this is really not worth it. Because at the time it takes to clear all of these, I could do another map otherwise. So in terms of like loot and rewards and whatnot, it's just not efficient to make it too hard on yourself. And not fun either, right? I mean... Oh, a ring. So you see there's very little loot dropping for me. Because of the strict loot filter, but that's also what I just personally prefer. I don't want to be picking up endless loot, especially not when I'm streaming, right? Is there something fairly easy that we can do here? Heal, that is the worst. You should never do that when you're about to do a boss. Heal when not damaged recently, that's a really bad idea. Some crit would be great. Right, 19% damage and crit, yeah. Shred armor, only for 3. Only for 3. I think that's fine. We can also go, we get a lot of exalted items. Exalted, I think the exalted nodes might actually be the best nodes that you can have. I really enjoy those. I don't think I want to increase corruption, honestly. I really prefer to not do that. Yeah, okay, we'll go with that. So they shred armor. This might completely destroy my army actually, but we'll see. And then I think we'll just run the quest line. And then we can open up the route towards well, what is it? Raya, right? The void version of Raya. I mean, they're still alive. We don't have to kill those guys, right? That doesn't really matter. We're fairly close to leveling up as well. Okay. Yeah, I just activated, get over here, then I think we can destroy most of them, right? You'd think. It's gonna be another lag fest over here, but well, if we don't do something too crazy. The only thing is, of course, that, you know, I can't really get away, right? So it's clearly a little bit. If they corner me for whatever reason, that's clearly a problem, because I can't escape that kind of shit. My abomination is taking some heavy hits. Actually, I think because they're able to sort of like with range damage get him there. But you know, if this is the end of the map and it takes me like 30 seconds up to a minute to pretty much kill everybody, right, that's completely fine with me. I mean, you should expect a little bit more resistance, I guess, at some point in time. And sometimes it's a lot easier because it's just a boss. Those don't really have any like health at all. But yeah, a little bit of like flat minion region, which I don't think I have anything of. That might be super helpful, because I think I have a lot of scaling. Also in the tree I have some scaling. I just don't have any base region, so there's nothing to scale off. Alright, let's see if there's anything good here. That sucks. You guys can't see this, I'm aware, because my face is probably in the way. I can turn it off there. Now you can see it as well. Void penetration and minion damage. Shred armor on hit. 77 mana. 100% increased lightning damage. 98 mana. I don't think that's good at all. Okay, so we have a few modifiers, but we have nothing. If we just do the quests now, there's nothing that is being stacked up for the boss. So that's good, right? If you don't die, that is. But even if we die, we got so much timeline stability, it's completely fine. So let's do this. Just do this. The 3 quest echoes, and then I'll take another drink, I think. Yeah, here I'm not just gonna go towards the end, because here literally the entire level is following you, and these guys hurt actually quite a bit. So we'll have to take this a little bit easier, I think. Also, let's see if my abomination is actually gaining health or is actually losing health here in these instances. It seems like he's losing health, so we'll make a new one. There we go. We get even a few additional minions from that guy. Nah, we'll just move on there. We don't have to kill every single one of them. And these still take quite a bit of damage, right? Yeah, it's fine. You can definitely see these guys start to hurt a little bit, huh? Alright, but that's it. We don't have to kill the big guys. It's not really that important. I think it's gonna take ages for these guys to reach us, right? So that doesn't really matter. Let's try and do this instead. These gold shrines, by the way, after 6 buffs, they're actually worth it now to click on. Like you get 10-15,000 gold or something out of these things. It's not too bad. Okay. Next one. Yeah, I guess my biggest gripe with the endgame so far is just the lack of variation, right? That's always been a bit of an issue. And they've made huge steps, but still, if you keep playing this, it's like these maps are always the same, right? That's one of my biggest issues, and I'm not sure if like no randomization is eventually implemented. But for example, they only have like random events, but still the map layout is exactly the same. I am not sure that is going to help too much. Because, ooh, level 88. Because what you noticed is that it doesn't at some point in time, it doesn't really matter what the objective is of a map like this. It only starts to, I mean, you just know where to be. That's the main issue, right? You know where these things spawn. And it doesn't really matter if it's a spire or if it's a boss or if it's one of those shrines or whatever they're called, right? That spawn a bunch of enemies. None of it is really that relevant if it's all the same layout and they all spawn at the same locations. So yeah. And I think that's the main reason that it's you just start really noticing that you're doing the same thing over and over again, and that's a problem, right? That's exactly what you don't want from a gameplay loop. I mean, the whole idea is that you're doing the same thing over and over again, but you don't really notice it, which is something that Path of Exile does extremely well. Like I can run 150 canyon maps and still not be bored of a canyon map, right? So, but here, it's not entirely the same. So there is some variation, right? You have the small arena runs in between, which I thought I would hate, honestly, when they implemented that last patch. I thought, oh please God, no, not arena, right? But it turns out that 18 waves of arena or whatever it is actually okay. You know, it's actually not a problem. It's actually quite fun. It's because it does provide a little bit of variation of the otherwise known and sort of standard maps. But every canyon map feels the same too, yeah, but it doesn't feel the same. Not really. I mean, you still have to think about it a little bit, right? Because it's randomly generated, and there is just more going on in the map, right? There might be Cassie, there might be a Legion, there might be a Val side area, there might be 6 other things going on, right? And you can give them interesting map modifiers instead of the more boring ones that we have over here, right? I mean, there might be you might get enemies from beyond. You might get exiles. And here they get a chance to slow you on hit or chill you on hit. Yeah, that's not the modifiers we're looking for, right? So yeah, I don't know. That's my main issue, I think, with it, and I can't really quantify it either. But I mean, I go into a map, and if I pay attention to the loading screen, I can almost blindfoldedly make my way to the objective, right? Because yeah, you know exactly where it is, and I think that's a problem. Because in Canyon, you don't know exactly where it is. That's one thing, and there's just a lot more going on. Last one, right? Yeah, Ultra Flash. Let's do skill point. The skill point over here, right? We're still scaling crit multi from minions, which is a rare stat to get. So I'm happy that we do this. You could argue going cold, but I don't think I can only do one conversion to cold instead of fire, right? Yeah, monolith are just numbers, exactly, like regular PoE but modifiers. Yeah, they might as to me they might as well not have them, right? It's kind of the same thing. And let me resummon everything, by the way. And yeah, it's a bit of shame. But that's my biggest issue, I think, with the endgame in that sense, right? That it's just a bit like repetitive, I guess is the correct word, right? And the things that you can choose are not interesting. So I think the at least the main complaints of me are completely separated from the endgame system, you could argue. So you have the maps and whatnot. Oh, this is actually relatively smooth. The whole idea of like how this map system works and whatnot, I think it's honestly really good. You know, the fact that you can choose, you can build the web, you can do all these things, right? It's great. I think it's great. There's absolutely no reason to change any of that. I think the whole idea that you can sort of create your own map in that sense, super fun. Your own atlas, I should say, really fun. But then what you do inside of all of the maps, honestly, the exact opposite, right? Completely boring. So I think it's really fun to create your own map, and you sort of like you plot your own route, and you move your way towards like objectives, a little bit like it's honestly very much like Delve in that sense, right? You get the same idea of like you have some influence on everything, and it's good stuff, I would say. So you see, this boss takes a little while, but not the end of the world, right? It is not extremely horrible. Got a double, is that a double reward? Or is it a coincidence that we get this shield over here? You guys wanna see it too? Here it is, what we got. This is pretty sick, actually. Less physical damage taken on block, less physical damage over time taken. Chance to bleed on hit, increased bleed effect, which is massive. Health gain on kill, 13 intelligence. And reduced health cost of spells. So this is like a lich thing, right? The Flayer's Pride suggests as much. The obscene angles at which the patches of undead skin are arranged belies the unsettling precision required to produce such a steady stream of blood. A treasured implement for any hemomancer. Okay, and then this ring. Yeah, we've seen this ring before. I don't need it. I don't need to pick it up. Okay, so we're gonna do the 62 timeline, if I'm not mistaken. Just need to make sure. 65 or 100? Wait, what? Oh, they haven't updated that, did they? Which one is it? I need to get to the Black Sun. Which option do I need to choose? Is it the higher level one? You guys know? Because I don't want to do this again, ideally. Right? Which option do I choose to get to the Black Sun? Does it say? Reflect on the past, dream on the future. No idea. So according to logic, you would say the 66 one because I guess the higher. Yeah. Let's get the patch notes in here quickly. Yeah, it should be the 66. Yeah. It should be the 66, but I don't want to like mess it up in that sense. Here, screen 1. Let me share it with you. It's already over here, right? The Stolen Lance is now 62. The Black Sun is now level 66 from 65. Okay. The Black Sun is 66. Good. So that means that we want to do this one. Okay. Alright, you get another blessing. Oh yeah, and if you do, I think if you do 200 corruption, you get yet another one, right? So is this always the same, or is this this is random? Question is, do I still care about experience? I kind of like the uniques dropping all over the place. It's not bad. What's the max roll here? Oh, we rolled pretty well. 21 out of 22. Yeah, because I don't care about idols, right? Either of them. Experience is nice, but eventually you'll reach 100, right? If you play long enough. So let's go with the unique drop rate. It's fine. Replace. Yes. Okay. It definitely helps. I think it also helps with the boss drops. Now, I'm not sure if that shield that we just got was a boss-specific drop, but I wouldn't be surprised. It fits the theme of the Abomination, right? So, it's a very cool shield. But that's what I'm really enjoying about the new patch. All the new uniques. And I honestly have no idea which of the which are the options, right? I'm not looking at the database or anything for any of that. Oh, you have two of them. Interesting. Helmets or shields. All right. Yeah, so I think it's a smart decision. You just create a bunch of uniques, which you can have a separate team do, right? I mean, it doesn't really. I won't say it doesn't require anything. It clearly requires, you know, design capacity, you could say. But you could have a small army designing a bunch of uniques every 3 months, and just implement, and then go, you know, send them to the art team. Have fun with them with the modeling. And they don't need to, each and every one doesn't need to have a separate model either, right? But it would be nice, I guess. And that's a good way to keep the game interesting, right? Because they're all very specific, or fairly specific to builds, or at least they're giving you like a clear clue, right? Hey, you know, +1 lightning spells, and then also if you use lightning blast, then this happens. Like, okay, maybe you should try this with lightning blast, right? I think that's very cool, and it's also within their sort of design philosophy that, you know, we don't want to make this game too complicated, and so there's still a fair bit of hand-holding in Last Epoch in that sense, especially compared to PoE, of course. But I think in general, like, they do a fairly decent job of like explaining everything and giving you some sort of like items that you should be able to figure out what to do with. And then there are still broken combinations that you're not going to figure out unless you watch like a lot of Boardman or something, right? Then you're going to figure out all the broken combinations too. So yeah, like this whole thing, just like basically creating the web, I think it's always super fun. I'm always having a good time with this part. And the levels are whatever, but this is what wears me out over time. That I just don't really care anymore about what's going on inside the levels. If they can fix this over time, then they're gonna have a really appealing endgame on their hands, and there are even more things coming as well, right? Have they ever said something about going procedure generated maps? I don't have all the latest info because I don't watch all of the dev streams anymore either. But the latest info I have, but someone feel free to correct me here, is that we should not expect procedural generated maps before the launch. So before 1.0. Which makes sense, right? Because it would be a massive rework. Because, yeah, everything is handcrafted, so if you want to make these things procedural, yeah, you know, it's gonna be a massive amount of work. But I think it's gonna pay off, honestly. I think it's gonna pay off in the long run. So, and it's not so the map design or the layout, that's the part that is bothering me, right? And then people argue like, yeah, but there's different there's different things going on, right, within the map. And but the problem is with handcrafted maps, the objectives can only spawn at like 4 locations, because those are the only locations that they took into account when they handcrafted the map, right? So a boss can't spawn in here, right? Because there's no room. So he will never spawn in here. So you will always see these things in the same locations, and it's indicated as well, right? So the end game sort of like mapping is extremely dumb, because you're just following these 2 arrows. You're trying to get to these arrows as quickly as you can, and then that's it. In theory, there is an incentive to kill, you know. In theory, there's an incentive to kill the monsters, because the reward chest is going to be much better, and it will be much better. But in practice, it doesn't really matter, because you're already having all these target farmable things, and so why would you waste your time killing as many monsters inside of a map as possible? There's really no reason to do anything like that. And so people are not doing this, right? yeah, you see it as a necessity. I also see it as a necessity. I dedicated a small video to it, basically arguing like, guys, you really need to make procedural maps because this is just too boring, right? And too predictable and too repetitive. The gameplay loop is too obvious, and it's a problem. Honestly, maps and PoE are not more interesting at all, right? Yeah, but that's the thing, right? That's the whole gameplay loop theory, right? That the whole idea is for a game developer to create a gameplay loop that has you do the same thing over and over again, but you don't realize it, right? And all good games can be brought down to that. And mapping in PoE is definitely that, right? You just put in the map, maybe you use scarabs, maybe you can prepare your maps, whatever. You can elch and go, doesn't matter. You put it in, you do the same thing over and over again. You do this for hundreds of hours. You can do it for hundreds of hours in a league, right? But then over here, it is so blatantly obvious that you're doing the same thing over and over again because you know exactly where to go. You know the exact layouts of these maps. That the whole idea of the gameplay loop, the purpose is completely defeated. Like you don't do it anymore. You know what's going on, and that's the problem. So what you're saying is correct, right? And that's what people argue in the forums as well. Like, yeah, but like it's not that different from PoE. I mean, maybe technically speaking it's not, but it is a world of difference in terms of experience, right? And how you experience these maps. Because you're constantly reminded of the fact that you know the layout of the map. Every time you open the map, you constantly know, right? Oh yeah, I know where to go. That is just not the case in PoE, right? And they say, yeah, but it doesn't really matter. No, but it does, right? It's an essential difference. It's an essential difference. And anyone who is playing this for 200 hours or more, and then, well, let's say he spends 200 hours or more in the end game, they will know, right? They know that this is the case. I think you're right about the static maps. Yeah, the lack of endgame variety is ultimately what the division, the first one. Yeah. What hurt the division. There was only so many times you could run Lexington Defense Center. I ran Lexington Defense Center quite a bit. Gotta say. The Division 2, same issue, I think, right? I love that game though. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, so it seems we agree, right? I also feel like it's a necessity. But it's kind of like a pet peeve of mine. I mean, I think there are only a few issues that Last Epoch really needs to solve. Honestly. Really just a few. But they're not easy to solve. But I think you can break it down to just a few. And the rest is kind of like preference almost. So the static maps definitely get randomly generated maps, right? At some point you just have to have these. You can't have this still in like 2 years time. It's gonna be extremely problematic. Animations and just the whole feel of combat, I think that's probably what's more interesting. It's not just the animations, but it is everything around it, right? Like even after all the work that's been put into the animations and whatnot, don't kill me, it still doesn't feel good at all, I would say. The combat, like there's so many ways to put it, but the combat has no weight to it. It doesn't feel like visceral combat. It doesn't really seem that you're like hitting anything or hurting anything. It's problematic, right? So that's one. And then I guess to a lesser extent, but kind of something that I've also been pretty vocal about, I suppose, is the music, right? The music is just not good. Performance, yeah, performance is a big one, actually. Alright, so we're at 4, right? 4. Yeah, combat needs more gore. Combat needs something, right? It's just not there. I can't put my finger on it entirely, but it's like hitting like a wet piece of paper, right? That's what it feels like. There's just no impact. The sounds and the sound design of the skills and everything is usually not great. The newer ones are better, but it's still, it does not sound professional to me at all. Yeah, when they show, yeah, the new animations, yeah, I agree. Like when I saw the new animations for the Primalist, I honestly didn't necessarily think they were better than the old ones. And I wasn't necessarily impressed with the old ones either. It was just, I don't know. But also the animations for this character or something. I mean, is this something that looks good? You know? I think the big guy, he looks pretty good, right? The Abomination, that looks pretty good, right? It feels like there's something moving around. And the Golem, I guess, is fine. Golem is fine. And the other, they're just floating, but they're supposed to be floating, right? But I seem like I'm floating as well. Now I have the settings on low, right? So I don't have shadows on and whatnot. Oh, there are shadows actually. Very faint shadows. But it just seems like I'm sort of like floating across the map or something. I don't know. It's hard to explain why it doesn't work, but it's clear to me it doesn't work. Vastly improved sound design. Yeah, it's all of the above, right? It's like the animations, it's the sound design. It's it could be a bit of screen shake, but you can turn it on if you want. But you know, who plays with screen shake? But it helps, I guess. Right. So, yeah, I don't know. Not sure. But I guess those 4, right? And music is debatable. I mean, music is not really a top thing. So yeah, performance, feel of combat, randomized maps. Fix those 3 things and you got a game that can compete with a lot of other games in the same genre. Because then it's just a matter of adding more stuff to do. That's to some extent the easy part, right? Okay, this could be interesting. I don't know if this is a good base, but I'm gonna keep it. Might be fun for later. Okay. We're sharding this. Be sure. Didn't get anything. We're sharding this too. Okay, not too bad. Yeah, put these in and this goes into the unique shields. I'm running out of space here. Again. I mean, I guess we don't need 3 of these, right? Which is the worst one. This is the worst one, I think. Sell this one as well. There we go. In PoE, Shatter, Heralds, and Kill Explosion kind of fix this. Yeah, Grim Dawn having ragdoll physics and enemies just splattering and bloody mess if you deal high damage is just so good. Yeah, that's kind of true. But PoE, I feel the animations actually in PoE are really good. And like the whole... I really have fun just using most skills in PoE. I mean, some are still a little bit like lackluster. I don't know, like Cobra Lash or something. Because I think it's poison and you kill them over time. So there's not really that whole feel to it. But here, if you swing like a massive weapon in... yeah, well, at anything. With Harvest or with Cleave or with Rive. Or, it just doesn't really feel like you're hitting anything, right? And compare that to Ground Slam. A world of difference in my book, at least. Yeah, it's not horrible, but they were like, look at our new animations and someone clearly worked hard for them, but they immediately felt, okay, that's not enough. Yeah. And I feel that about quite a few things, actually, in the game, right? Where I'm like, yeah, I mean... It might just have something to do with maybe budget, right? That they can't afford like a top animator, or they can't afford like a top sound design, or they can't afford like you know, a top composer, and that's why you get a little bit more like generic stuff and a bit more like, you know, it's how do you say that in English? It's serviceable, right? It's serviceable, I guess. You can get away with it. But it's never good. But yeah. Maybe later. I mean... And we're focusing on the things that don't really work. Right? Which I think is fair. I mean, the game is in early access. This is kind of like the point. Sometimes I get like sometimes people criticize me because I'm criticizing the game, and I'm like, yeah, but guys, I mean, they say, yeah, it's just an early access game, but that's the whole point, right? They're in early access to receive feedback, not in early access to just like develop a game. That's not why you're in early access. So I always find that a little bit ironic. Like, yeah, you can't compare it to PoE. I mean, you can, first of all, you can compare it to anything. And you should, right? I mean, PoE is like the market leader and the game that they aspire, at least to some extent, to be. Not with the same complexity, but definitely in terms of success. And also, like, in terms of gameplay style, it's fairly similar, right? I mean, they're leaning much more towards PoE and Grim Dawn than they're leaning towards Diablo 3, for example. So I think it's a perfectly fair comparison. The environments and skill effects, at least the new ones I've seen, look really good. Yeah, I agree. The new javelin throw looks pretty fun. I'm not sure about the void cleave. I think the void cleave might suffer from the same issues, that the impact just isn't there, right? Because the regular cleave has that issue, and like Rive and whatnot, that there's just the feel of impact isn't there. So you have this massive void cleave. But then, yeah, if the animations don't work or the enemies don't die in a realistic way, then, yeah. But the javelin throws seems like really good and fun. Wait a minute. They should really do a sort of like a grace period as well. Like, you're instantly, if you load into the level and there's an enemy around, you're instantly basically being attacked. If you do this in high corruption and you're either not entirely ready or your PC hasn't loaded the game yet, I think you're dead, right? With that amount of damage. If you don't use a single skill. I don't know, I think they should do like a 15-second grace period or something. Where you can't actually, where you're immune as long as you don't move. It seems a little bit weird that that's not in there. I mean, but the things that we're talking about, right? It does turn quite a few people off. The number of times that I'm hearing that the game either looks dated or they complain about the animations, or it's quite often, right? It's a lot more often than I'm hearing with other games, let's say, that are relatively new as well. So there's definitely sort of like overall, I wouldn't say consensus, because you can't get a consensus about anything in video games anymore, but a lot of people would agree that there's some work to be done there. Like, let me put it like that. And I think actually, by the way, everybody agrees on performance. That is just still pretty bad, right? It's a shame since Left Hour Games do so many games right. Yeah, exactly. And I think it is fixable, right? I hope for them it's fixable at least. Like animations should be fixable, right? I mean, just hire a better animator. Forehead. It's not that hard. Right? Just hire a better guy or girl. Doesn't matter. But or spend more time on it. I don't know. Same's true for music, right? My biggest worry is the performance, for sure, right? Because the performance has been bad since the start, since over 2 years ago, close to 2.5 years. Like when I first bought it, the game ran so bad that I didn't play for half a year. Like every now and then I logged in to see if I could run with more than 20 frames per second on a very decent PC, by the way. And I couldn't, right? It was absolutely horrible. This game did not run at all. It was really bad. So, you know, there's that. Hey, Yourcell Luna. Hello. Hey there. Biggest worry is performance, yeah. In combination with the game being, yeah. Yeah, so I don't have enough knowledge about game engines to have a, you know, an actual informed opinion on that. I just have like anecdotal evidence, you could say, about game engines, because I've played so many games in my life, and I've never seen Unreal Engine run bad, pretty much, unless someone really messed it up. But Unreal Engine is just so fucking smooth, man. And it looks really pretty as well. But if Unity is really the reason that the performance is bad, or you know, I don't know. I don't know if that's the case. If that's the case, then they're screwed, right? Because you can't put this game into another engine. It's impossible. Well, I guess nothing is impossible, but that's gonna take another year, right? Unity is jack of all trades with the usual downsides. Do you have more information on Unity in that sense? I mean, to me, it's an engine that's typically used for indie games, but then the smaller ones, right? So if you get like the cute little indie games that I actually like quite a bit, side scrollers or like small top-down RTS games, or it's they usually use Unity, right? But those are not demanding games. But Grim Dawn runs in Unity, right? Grim Dawn is a Unity game. I don't think I've ever really, at least knowledge, I don't think I've realized any performance issues with Grim Dawn. I think Grim Dawn is running completely fine. For me, at least. On Linux, the game runs much better if you force Vulkan in the launch options. Yeah, but then you change DirectX for Vulkan. I mean, PoE runs much better with Vulkan as well. So I think it's just a better renderer in that sense. At least for games like this. So yeah, maybe they will implement Vulkan, but I'm not really sure how all of that works, to be honest. And yeah, I mean, I'm an IT architect. I'm not a game developer using engines. So when they talk about their their online multiplayer infrastructure and server setup and whatnot, I can actually relate to that. But yeah, when they talk about Unity and Vulkan rendering, I'm like, yeah, I'm not entirely sure, honestly, what this is about, right? On Unity, as the name implies, had the goal to develop your game with one click, spit it out on any number of platforms you want. Right. I mean, it makes sense. That's also like impossible, right? But I feel that in Unreal Engine, it's also like a jack of all trades in that sense, right? I mean, aren't all sorts of games made in Unreal Engine as well? It's not just like first-person shooters or something, or I think it might have originated in that area, but yeah, but it's like anecdotal. But whenever I have games running in Unreal, they just run, right? They are well optimized. These things just run, no issues whatsoever. How? Why is there so many dudes? I'm dying. Okay. As I've had the exact opposite experience in Unreal, really. It crashes so much, really. I never have any issues with it. As a game dev student, I agree with Vertigo. Grim Dawn is using Titan Quest engine from 2006 or so. I thought they were using Unity. But okay. You're probably right. As much as I'm an open source guy, it's not garbage. OpenGL's hot garbage, really? Runs better Linux if you force it through Steam Play, which is weird, since you have the translation layer overhead. I guess it's UE for anything non-3D nowadays. For anything non-3D? What? What do you mean? For anything 3D, right? Maybe I'm missing the point. .44 cold res. I can't miss 44 cold res, unfortunately. I could try and craft. I mean, the necrotic res is not great, I guess. Nah, we'll shatter it. It's not good enough. Skeletal mage and int. These items are hard to beat, honestly. Like +1 summon skeletal mage and +2 assemble abomination. It's gonna be hard to beat. So I think we'll be sharding for now. %77% increased minion health. I'm losing some void res. I can't really lose void res. But it's pretty good. It's tier 4 even. Could be tier 5. So I know I'm not familiar with Proton either, by the way. I have no idea what that is. So we can put some damage over here. Right. And then what do we want over here? So I guess we want void res to counter my current item. Is there anything better? You can have hybrid health, right? Yeah. But I think for now we might let's see what this turns into, if anything. Okay. So let's go with this, I think. I mean, with a bit of luck, you know, you get... Well, that's not a bit of luck. 21 void res is not enough, I don't think. Because I'm... No. Shouldn't be enough. And the poison res? Yeah, the poison res might also hurt a bit, actually. Nah. We'll sell. We'll sell. Main fire damage, main health, main damage. It's not bad, but not entirely what I'm looking for. Proton lets you run Windows games on Linux. Oh. I see. We want to make our way to the Vessel of Chaos for sure, right? That should be fun. The compatibility layer Valve is behind it. Steam Deck uses it extensively. Oh, I see. Huh. Pros building W on wine. DXVK. DirectX to Vulkan translation and a lot of other goodies. I see. I don't need that frozen ire. But they're moving around, aren't they? It is basically the Messiah, hopefully. Interesting. Works really well as long as the game doesn't use any anti-cheato or the DRM stuff. Huh. Where's the dude? Here's the dude. Alright guys, kill him! Kill him! I mean, they take a little while, but I would argue that this is still like very respectable. It's not amazing, but you know, for not having to do anything and just walk around pretty much, it's not bad. And it seems pretty balanced as well, right? Because another Jasper, but this is the worst rolled one yet. No, I'm not gonna pick it up. It seems pretty balanced as well, because I mean, this shouldn't be much more powerful than this, right? That would be pretty nuts if you make it much more powerful than this, because then it would be way too easy, right? The instant thing is that you get often higher performance while the game runs through potent on Linux than native. Yeah, I mean, oh shit. I mean, I'm streaming, right? So the performance while streaming is of course a little bit, you know, a little bit sus. But I've played the entire weekend just by myself and streamed only a little bit of the weekend. And then you put it on high, and I have a oh shit, I ate my own abomination. And I have a 2080, right? and it doesn't run. If you get more than 30 enemies on screen, which in Monolith is not that hard to do, right? You're running at 20 frames per second for no apparent reason. No, let's not stand in that. And I mean, I honestly can't imagine multiplayer right now. Like, what the hell is going to happen with multiplayer, right? How is that ever going to run? And I feel they're already limited in single player. Like the Wraith change is basically a direct performance thing. Now, I'm not arguing that you should have 200 Wraiths on the screen, right? But there's a difference between 220. Wow, do you have a golem with fire aura? Yeah, I do actually. Yeah, there he is. It does decent damage. I have a lot of fire damage, so it works pretty well. These guys resist fire damage, so it's not amazing. But especially like the smaller enemies, this guy just burns everything to crisps. That's pretty good. Unread scroll. Nope. Yeah, it's we got a bit of a fire theme going here, right? So I have fire arrows, I have fire rays, and I have a fire golem. It's probably not the, you know, it's probably not the best thing. It's not the most optimized minion build for sure, but it's working. I'm not too unhappy about this. Yeah, your game should handle 200 rays because that's what you get if 4 people got necro. Yeah. Yeah, which is I don't know how they're gonna pull it off, honestly. And they might not pull it off. Definitely not at first, right? I mean, there's no way the launch of the multiplayer is gonna be smooth. I can't imagine. But hey, I mean, we'll see, right? We'll see. Yeah, you need to make an acolyte now. I mean, they're super fun. You can get the golem. You can get them early, right? You can even get 2 bone golems like this. But I noticed that the aura of the, if you turn them into 2 smaller bone golems, which you can do, the aura also gets a lot smaller. So I ended up just going with 1 bone golem. I think it's better. And he casts it like pretty much all the time. It's pretty much always up. Okay, let's first clean up a little bit before we summon everybody again over here. Because last time it was pretty tough actually, this small exercise. Okay, let's go. Wait, my holy shit, my abomination's gone again. Not good. I have a passive skill that I took, which basically prevents me from dying, but in turn it eats a minion. So it's a life-saving passive, honestly, and it works really well. But sometimes I have like a 1 out of, I don't know, 10 or something chance to eat my abomination. Any other minion is fine because it's easily resummonable, right? I can easily resummon one of those other minions, but I can't that easily resummon the abomination. Takes a little bit. Yeah, but yeah, sometimes you eat your own abomination, and then you're like, wait a minute. Hey, if it works, that's all that matters. Exactly. I'm just messing around with weird skill interactions. Yeah, me too. You know, but sometimes I wanna have something that I can just like easily play with, walk around with a little bit, and that's it. And I don't need to think about anything. I enjoy that. Yeah, we're gonna give him crit chance because that doesn't matter. Yeah, it works. You know, it works. But the downside is, of course, that you're not gonna do an insane amount of damage. But if you really don't want to cast a single skill, I'm only holding down spacebar pretty much and pointing the mouse at where I want to go. Then it's pretty good build. I'm gonna make a similar build soon, I think, with just a fire aura yourself. You can do a lot of like stuff with auto casting fire aura and very little other skills. So you just put a bunch of like fire shields and whatnot on auto cast, and then you cast your fire aura, or you trigger your fire aura is triggered, and then you can do the same thing, but I think a lot faster. You can be a lot faster. I'm just not sure you survive. But I saw one of the new uniques that specifically mentions the fire aura. It looks absolutely amazing. I'm definitely gonna try that. It should be super fun, actually. Wish you could put skill and movement slot. Yeah. Yeah, I would put, if I could do that, I would put transplant in there. Or I wish you could put a skill on a second skill bar, and then without your minions disappearing, right? I would just like to summon my minions and then have room for one or two more slots, pretty much. That would be pretty cool as well. Gives you just a little bit more freedom, but I also get it. I mean, you might have to balance the game around it a bit more. Although, to be fair, skills without any skill tree investment, they're pretty bad to begin with. So I'm not really sure if that's an actual issue, but it's definitely like a design decision kind of thing. Melee fire, melee cold damage, and shred armor and shield. I can't do autocast due to the the 10 keyless keyboard. Oh, you don't have the numpad? Yeah. Is there no other way? Yeah, not a legal other way, I guess. I think you could probably do something with macros, but I wouldn't recommend that, right? That's probably against TOS. Probably. I've read the TOS for broadcasting, but I didn't bother to read the macro part of that kind of thing. Like I'm not doing that anyway. But autocast, I don't need to autocast here either. Right? You don't need to do anything. You just need to walk. But autocast on something like a Spellblade is quite nice, right? Do your enchants and whatnot. I like using lunge even without tree. Yeah, exactly. If I could, I would now put a transplant. Yeah, so I can move a little bit faster. But yeah, if I put transplant on any of these, then I don't have it anymore for my. Well, I would lose a skeleton mage, for example. Which, you could consider it, but I'm sticking with the theme. I'm gonna get a little bit to drink. I'll be back in like 5 seconds. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna keep running like in the song. Running. And get all the interesting colored thingies, echoes. This is a good area though, right? We got the shield, we got one unique, another unique, and then here we got another unique or set helmet. Good for movement, since you can launch. Yeah, you can launch the things even off screen. Yeah, it requires a target though, right? Only reason I'm using launching my bar without the trees because smite is being triggered by... Yeah, exactly. If you have a trigger like smite and then you can launch, that's cool too. I can't trigger anything in this build, I don't think, at least. Like, I don't think I can summon a minion on hit, for example. If that would be possible, that would be pretty cool. But I don't think it is. I gotta say though that I haven't really played much last patch at all, so I am not entirely sure, you know, let's say what's going on in the last Epoch world, right? So there may be a bunch of new interactions that I'm not really aware of, but that do exist and that are actually pretty cool. There's a decent chance that's the case, but you know. I'm a bit dark, huh? Shall I make myself a bit brighter? Eeh. How about that? It's better, huh? You can tell me, huh? Willem, you're dark. And then I'll fix it, huh? I don't have preview mode on, so I don't actually see myself, because preview mode is like eating your resources, and then of course, last Epoch is eating your resources, and then OBS is eating resources. And then you guys are suddenly watching, like, you know, a stream with the same frame rate as last Epoch itself. And that's not what you want, right? So, yeah. If anything is off with the stream, let me know. Huh? It does require a target, right? But if you, if you move to the edge and then there's someone there, you launch towards it. Right. If you have like a wide screen like that thing behind me, that's even a lot more fun. You can target them, well, 2 regular screens away. It's a shame that, you know, you can't stream on that thing, because it's way too many pixels for this game to handle and for my stream to handle as well. And it wouldn't make any sense from your perspective either, because you literally get half a screen. But one day, guys, one day when you get like another PC that probably has to be just as good as this one, as your streaming PC, and then everybody has a screen like that, and then we'll see an ultra widescreen stream of last Epoch or PoE, and everybody can enjoy the entire thing. It's gonna be glorious. One day, guys. Last Epoch works actually surprisingly well on that ultra wide. That's the funny thing, like the performance is not even necessarily tied to the graphic settings, which is peculiar, right, to say the least. So this game, for me, runs about as well on that screen, which is literally twice the pixels, than on this screen, which is a regular 16:9 1440p screen. Yeah, the ultra wide, but that's a super ultra wide, let's say, or I don't know the official term, but that is 32:9 aspect ratio. So the regular ones are 21:9, right? Which you also see in streams quite a bit. So that's like 75% of the screen. But that is 32:9, so that's literally half the screen. If I could stream from that, you would only see half the screen, and then a huge, massive bar below, or you'd have to do some sort of stream setup. But it would be really dumb, right? You wouldn't be able to see a thing on a 16:9 stream setting. But maybe one day, you know, could be pretty fun. All right, we didn't get anything good. We're gonna go Do we want a key? No, I'd rather have experience, right? They're still pretty expensive, honestly. Like the regular ultra wides, those are not that expensive. But these ones, still pretty expensive. Oh no, not these guys. Please, sir. I ate my abomination again, guys. Not like this. Holy shit. What is that? Is that a spire that's doing it? Holy moly. I was not paying attention to that at all. We're still missing half my army. Give me health potion too, by the way. Holy shit, we're gonna die. What is going on here? What is his damage? I can't see. Don't fit in inventory. Yeah, it makes sense. Okay, don't hit me. Just give me a health potion, sir. There we go. Okay. You can't see these spires. I can't really see where these things are landing. I'm not going in the right direction either. That doesn't help. Okay, a flame dude. Because it's purple and the ground is purple too. I don't need those. So they're just hitting me, but I don't really see them. I don't like these spires at all. They nerfed the spires, right? They're not firing as like often anymore as they used to do, which was like every 2 seconds. It felt like, at least. But it's still, yeah. I don't really get it. Like, I'm not sure who thought this was fun. You know, it doesn't really feel like a fun mechanic. These sort of artillery across the screen. You can't do anything about it. The only thing you can do is like move towards it and then kill it. I don't know. Yeah, don't have an ultra wide monitor myself. I've been playing the same one for like 10 years, really. I mean, if you have like some money to spend and you just buy like a regular 16:9 screen these days, you can buy 1080p or 1440p. There's a big difference in quality and like what the colors are looking like. It's actually pretty massive, and you don't even have to spend like a lot of money on that. Like for 150 or 200 euros, you get a, in the Netherlands at least. I'm not sure, you know, the regional prices, but you get a very, very decent screen. It should be a huge upgrade, honestly. But then again, you know, if your old screen is working, then yeah, why change it, right? But I was quite surprised with like how far these artilleries, right? I was quite surprised with like how far the screens have come, because I used to game on pretty much the same thing as well. This is 1080p Samsung, which is now my second screen, but that's been my screen since probably was also 10 years. Probably also 10 years. Kill the spire, guys. It's too annoying. Right, last one. Sir. I have two 34-inch 4040 ultra wide stacked. Oh. Yeah. So I sometimes plug in my work laptop as well, into that thing behind me, but my work laptop can't actually handle the resolution, which is which is kind of funny. So, but it can handle it at a lower resolution, at like what is that, like 3840 by 1080p or something silly like that. So that works, and it's still okay, but I use it for some games, right? You can run Last Epoch on that thing. It works actually pretty well. Also, the UI is not absolutely abysmal, which it is with a lot of other games, right? Because if I open up this and I open up this, for example, there's not much room in between, right? But with ultra wide or super ultra wide or whatever the term is, the left and the right side they're still on the left and the right side, but as you can see, it's very far away. So if you then want to drag something to, for example, your chest, right? Now this is pretty easy. Like, it's like, okay, but if you do it on that screen, it's like you have to move your hand from one side to another. So inventory management or skills or that kind of thing, never really good. And there's never an option to like decouple these menus. If I could put these menus anywhere, like you could with, you know, World of Warcraft add-ons or something, that would be pretty good, right? But that's not the case. But still, it's like, okay, you got some hotkeys and whatnot, but it's a bit of a hassle. But playing the game is pretty good. But normally I use it for video editing and stuff, because then you need the real estate. Right. Ooh. This is 6% crit chance for, this is tier 5, right? Yeah. I can give them with this chest, I could give him 8% crit base chance, which is for sure better than at least +1 summon wraith, right? Like, there's no way that that's not better than +1 summon wraith. How are we doing on these things? We got 11 of them. Alright, then we'll shard it, because the other two are bad as well. We'll shard it. We got 1 of them only. Shame. Oh yeah, I'm curious. Have you seen anything about Zizran's unique? I mean, I watched part of that stream where they created it, and where it was something with squirrels, right? Wasn't it like turning the bees into squirrels, and then the squirrels would do something, or like, I'm not entirely sure what it ended up being. But what I did see is that in the patch notes there was a note about the bees, that they are now scaling with attunement. And I was like, that's interesting, right? Why would you have the bees, they're absolutely useless, scale with attunement? And I was like, yeah, that might have something to do with the Zizran unique, that you want some scaling for those squirrels, right? Because they're actually bees. So yeah, I don't know, it might be in the game as a surprise, right? But is the whole thing data mined again? Probably, right? Did they data mine? Is this whole thing is probably on the database, right? I don't really want to look, because it kind of ruins the surprise, right? I want to be still surprised whenever I find a new unique and like, oh, that's cool, you know. So at least for the first couple of weeks or something, I tend to not look at the database, at the Last Epoch database, because yeah, it just ruins the surprise a little bit for me, at least. But I found the McFluffin's unique. Here it is. This is McFluffin's unique, right? 22 elemental resistance, 8 attunement, 8 intelligence, 12% increased cast speed. Casting a fire spell grants fire infusion with a 20-second cooldown. Holy moly. Fire infusion gains a stack every second. Each stack grants 8% more fire damage. Oh, and 6 less cold and lightning damage. So it's like... It's a little bit like Elemental Equilibrium, right? Reaching 10 stacks of fire infusion applies a fire overload for 10 seconds, granting 80% less fire damage and removing all fire infusion. Right. And then lightning spell is the same thing. Lightning infusion gains stack every second. Grants 8% more lightning damage. And 6% less cold and fire. Yeah, so I think the whoever is keeping up with the last Epoch item database, which is very respected website, right? I think he found a way to data mine the whatever's being added. So on day 1 you can go to the website and see all the new uniques. I think that's a little bit how it works. It's either that or they post the uniques in the Discord and then he puts them in the website, but I think it's data mined. Or he gets it from the devs, right, these days. Maybe they built an API by now, but I don't think they did. This is an interesting unique, Mr. Fluffin. So you would have to make a hybrid between fire and lightning. Huh. I'm sure he has a build in mind for this, right? I mean, you're not gonna create this without having a build in mind for it. I'm sure. Right? But yeah, okay, sure, I'll take it. We're gonna continue, guys, because we have many more nodes to visit. And in the meantime, we're getting stability, right? We need to complete this timeline at some point in time, at least. So there's that. We can reroll all the crap that we don't want to see. But I think first we're going to explore a little bit more. So for sure, I'm going to go here, take the shield, take this unique, take that unique. I'm actually not looking at the modifiers, but yeah, who cares? I mean, if you're just going back to the game, you got a lot to look forward to, right? I mean, I'm sometimes bitching about the game a little bit because I want the game to be better. But end of the day, if you haven't played like for 6 months and you come back to the game, there's a lot of stuff to like. Honestly, like there's a lot of stuff to like. Celestial helm. Ah, right. Yeah. I'm like, a celestial helm. What is even going on here? But I put down like 2 or 3 other non-acolyte items just to get the stuff for other builds, right? And this is one of them. Fire aura. I have a build. Well, it's not a build yet, but I have a concept which is basically another walking simulator like this one, but that one is more of like an auto bomber, where this is just like a lazy summoner. That's more like an auto bomber. So the only thing I need to do is walk around. 331. I need to walk around and then automatically it starts casting fire auras all over the place, and it's like it's got massive range. It covers half the screen. It's pretty fun. Yeah, it's so nice. That's the cool thing I think about a game like Last Epoch in early access, that this is the case, right? You can just you can play 2 leagues of PoE or whatever other game you're playing, and then or just don't play games at all, and then you come back after 6 months and it's so much has happened, right? Let's quickly let me turn down my camera so you guys can see it too. Let's look at the rolls, because it has max flame reef, max surge. I think the enchant weapon is the least important one, honestly. Like, I don't think enchant weapon is that amazing. The implicits aren't too bad, but not too good either. And the melee fizz is... It's still a pretty horrible roll, honestly. Also the block chance, I mean, that's the lowest one. Nah. It's not. Nah. We don't do it. Okay, shield. In an arena. We're gonna stay in the middle. Could stay in the middle. See what happens. Where are they? Okay. This single fire mage though, that we have over here, he still does quite a bit of work. He's like critting for 1200, 2000 or to 2000, and he's still scaling. So I think probably the worst part of the build currently are the race. That's probably the worst part of the build. They're just not doing an awful lot, and I only have 2 of them. So it's not super easy to test, but actually it's not too hard to test either. You could dummy test it and just get a decent idea of like who's doing what damage here, right? Now the Abomination is the tank, so he's just pulling all the aggro. So that, and he's doing a good job, right? If I just stand here, everybody's gonna, well, apart from these guys running down the stairs, but even these guys, see, they're just running past me, and they attack the dude. That's good. That's exactly what we want, right? So he has a clear role in this army. The fire archers, of course, they remain there as well, right? Not a problem. So I could swap out the mage and get an additional archer instead. That would not lose me too much damage, and then I can make an active skill, or you know, do like a small buff of our army or something like that. Could do that. Or I can take out the 2 rays and try to come up with something, you know, either make the rays not permanent, but just I don't know, summon like 20 of them. We could do something like that as well. I love PoE, but I beat myself up over it too much. So demotivating when you hit the wall of build not working after a certain point. Yeah. You know, I don't really make builds in PoE anymore. Sometimes I try, but it's too difficult, right? I think. So, and I don't mind, like PoE has so much to offer for me. Like I enjoy just playing the game so much that I don't mind following a build guide, right? Like it's just a skill that I know works. I find a build guide, and I just play the game, right? Do the new lead mechanic, kill some bosses, play endgame, do mapping, upgrade my character. That's the stuff that I really enjoy in PoE. I don't necessarily enjoy messing around with builds in PoE because it's just too complicated. So I'll wait for PoE 2 to do that kind of thing. And there's still so much to learn about the game as well, right? I mean, I got like 2,500 hours by now, or 2,700 hours, I guess, after this league, something like that. But it's still, I still feel like I don't know shit about that game. Whereas this game is much more friendly. If you want to make a build here, at least you should be able to do like the regular timelines, right? If you get the very basics of building a build or creating a build, like get res cap, get crit avoidance, that's it really, right? And get a damage skill. You know, the synergy is not that hard to figure out in Last Epoch, which is really well done, right? You got the icons in the skill tree these days. Like, it's not that hard to figure out which kind of build could work. And then at least in the regular timelines, you should be able to pull it off, right? Those are not hard anymore. And then you have boss fights. Those are still interesting boss fights, actually, I would argue. And then I think as soon as you get towards like 200 corruption or something in these empowered timelines, so what I'm doing now, yeah, then it becomes a bit more challenging, right? At some point, my lazy summoner build is not gonna work that well anymore, because there's just not enough damage. So then I either need to change it up, or I just say, like, you know, I'm fine with farming 100 corruption, which I'm actually fine with so far. Like, I don't mind 100 corruption is fine, right? I don't need to do 400 corruption. You get plenty of loot over here. Lessons of the Metropolis, also a new one. What do we have over here, ladies and gentlemen? No level requirement. Sir. This is that's leveling boots, huh? Boots. Yeah, Last Epoch is so much more casual friendly. It is much more casual friendly, right? And they aim to do that. I mean, there's no point in trying to be the second Path of Exile. I mean, the first Path of Exile already has a bit of a rough time from time to time, right? There's no reason to create another one. Like, if you want a crazy difficult game that is way too complicated, then that game already exists, right? You don't need another. Whereas, you know, if you enjoy more like I think in terms of like difficulty and stuff, it's much more comparable to a game like Grim Dawn. That's usually what I compare it with. Like in Grim Dawn, you have the same thing, right? You can look at a skill tree and just look at the classes and the subclasses and some of the skills and think about like, okay, you know, this would probably work. And in most of the cases it does. And there's some added complexity with the what they're called, the constellations or something, right? Whatever they're called. So you can mess it up a little bit over there, I suppose, but then, you know, you got respecs and whatnot. It's not the end of the world, I would say. And Last Epoch has a bit of the same thing, right? You can just look at at what's going on and play the game, and most of the time it's just gonna work out completely fine. But then if you want to get like really good, yeah, you need to really think about these builds and come up with something decent. Otherwise the content is just gonna destroy you at some point, and that's perfectly reasonable, I think. I mean, that seems completely fine as like a balancing thing. Or holy shit, was that a one shot? Oh yeah, the void damage, because I gave them like 89% void damage. Yeah. Personally, I feel dumb because I can't follow a build guide. Just don't get it. Really? You can't get past red maps? That's interesting. Yeah, I think the thing is, right, there are a lot of really bad build guides out there. And even following a build guide to some extent requires a little bit of knowledge about the game, because otherwise it's still not that difficult to mess it up. But if you just care about like actually progressing through the game for once, and you don't really care about how, then follow Enki's Arc Witch, right? You just do Enki's Arc Witch, which is like a lightning blast character. That is like that's pretty much impossible to mess up, right? He describes every single step along the way, but you have to follow the steps though. It's not like you think, oh yeah, I know how this works, let me just skip this section, because then that's a problem, right? You can't do that. So, but you do learn a lot about the game doing that. So I think it's worth it. Like Enki's Arc Witch is the guide that like got me really like into PoE, and it actually allowed me to sort of like play the game without having to worry about my build. And he thought of everything, right? He explains everything, and the leveling is super smooth, the mapping is super smooth. He's got some searches that you can do on trade, so you can get some decent weapons without really having to know what you're even doing. You just put in the search on trade, you whisper some people, you buy the items, and that's how you get your upgrades, right? It's it doesn't get much better than that for beginners. It's really good. I can recommend it to anyone, honestly. And there are a few of those guides out there, right? Like extremely beginner-friendly guides. They explain everything to you. And it's necessary because there's way too much going on in PoE. It's insane. Probably the reason I got such a hard time. Yeah, I mean, don't play melee, right? You play like you play a witch, or you play. There's definitely also a few skills that are much more suitable for beginners, you could say, than others. And melee is not a suitable playstyle. Melee is really hard in Path of Exile. It's really difficult to play. Are these surviving over here? With all these scorpions pounding down at these guys? They're still all alive. It's not bad, actually. These are resistant to fire, so that's not helping either. Yeah, you should try. You should try that. It's what got me into it, honestly. And you should also just like take your time, right? Just have some fun playing the game, because it's a great game, honestly. I mean, once you're in the actual game and you start like doing some more of the end game content, and you actually have a build that just destroys enemies, and there are plenty of those out there, yeah, then it becomes suddenly so much more interesting, you know, and fun. You wouldn't say you're a beginner? No, you don't, but I wasn't a beginner either. When I, why can't I chat? Sign into chat? Wait a minute. I need to sign into my own chat to chat? What is even going on here? I can't read chat now either, by the way. This is not great. What's going on here? Okay, let me try something different here. Right, you're sitting at 1200 hours now, right? So I had something very similar. I set it like 800 hours, and I still felt like I knew nothing about the game, and I kind of didn't. And then I followed the guide, right? It's this Enki's Arc Witch. If you Google that, you'll get into Enki's Arc Witch, and it's great, right? It's the best guide So I would definitely do something like that. Like it's my big recommendation. I would say I recommend that guide to anyone, honestly, that that's interested in Path of Exile. It's what got me into the game. And then once you're into the game, you have like a decent build, and you just destroy enemies. The game is completely different, honestly, and a lot of fun. Because then you can actually just enjoy all the different gameplay mechanics that the game has to offer, without, you know, having that sort of painful thing to worry about, like your build. Because there's so many other things going on within the game. To that extent, it's a little bit of the opposite almost of last Epoch, right? If there's anything I would try, especially this league, would be shield throw. Yeah, spectral shield throw. That's there's so many guides out there for it. The only thing is you need a decent shield. But even with a bad shield, you do a shitload of damage. So, but I'm not entirely sure. Like you'd have to get like a beginner-friendly guide for a spectral shield throw as well, because otherwise it's still not that easy, right? But yeah, I mean, and everybody's playing it as well, so there's plenty of items that you can buy and trade and whatnot. That's kind of an advantage as well, I would say. This is my favorite shrine, for sure. Just the zoom shrine. Yeah, you could craft a decent shield. It's true. Especially with Harvest. If you got the defense modifiers, right? Yeah, crafting the shield is pretty easy as well. Then you need to find the base, right? The Supreme Spiked Shield. That's the base that you need. And the unique jewel. I don't know the name, but the unique jewel that converts the rating into like base crit and crit multi. But it seems straightforward enough, and you can play really fast as well if you roll a ranger, right? The ranger spectral shield throw. Oh, did it change? They use a colossal shield now instead. Hey, another lesson of the Metropolis. It's the second one in a row. I mean, I'll take it. Okay. This could be really good. Damage skills and shield armor now. This bleed or impale. Yeah, that doesn't seem like spectral shield throw, but let's see, do we want to get all the way over there? It's crit and it's more health. So we're gonna give them a lot of health actually. I'm not sure that's such a good idea. It becomes a little bit annoying, right? Avoid enemies, deal 9. Yeah, that is it's just so much damage. They start one-shotting me once that happens. Let's see, we could just reroll and do the other stuff over here. We can also travel out a bit further potentially, but then we might as well reroll Right, so we can do this one and then re-roll basically the entire map, which is not a bad idea. I only have an interesting one here, the amulets, but it kind of only works if it's a turquoise amulet, and then this one. But I don't want to give him 94% void damage. It's just too much. So we can go over here for a little bit. See what happens. Get the amulets. You think the amulets are worth it? Yeah, if you go crit, you want hybrid armor evasion. Exactly, the supreme spike shield, right? Yeah, I know this is what everyone's using to sell like hotcakes. Oh, they removed energy shield to crit. Really? In the unique jewel? Yeah, exactly. It changed. It's now in a jewel, but that's the whole broken thing, right? Yeah, so that's what I meant with the unique jewel. That's the jewel you need to get. It might be very expensive. I've no idea what the drop rates are. I haven't really looked into Spectre Field Throw. I played a Spectre Summoner, as you might expect from what I'm doing over here, right? So I have a really nice spectral or Spectre Summoner. Not spectral. Spectre. It's a little busy, yeah? Over here. They're all still alive. Seem to be doing okay as well. Yeah, interesting. Aegis Aurora is a very good shield, but it's not really a rated build. Do I know which shield that is? Is that the shield that gives your minions like charges, or makes you share your power charges and stuff with minions? Is that shield? Yeah, I might make my way to the amulets actually. Maybe it's worth it. The exalted items are typically pretty good. Aegis Aurora. So we don't care too much about a set item, I don't think. We can go over here, sure. Health and then crit, which doesn't really impact us. We also need to kill the boss for the blessing. We still don't have this blessing. I'm not sure if it's another drop rate blessing or not. I kind of hope that it's actually, you know, defenses or something, because those are the blessings that are actually worth it. Whereas, yeah. Additional drop rate. I mean, the uniques, I think we definitely reap the benefits from the additional unique thing dropping. That's actually pretty good. But yeah, you know, getting additional idols or whatnot, it's like, yeah, whatever. It doesn't really matter, right? Fury Valve is an amulet. I think Fury Valve is a unique jewel, right? Isn't that the idea? It's now on a unique jewel. Yeah, it's a unique jewel. So they swapped around some stats. And if you get the unique jewel, you get that same energy shield converts to crit multi. And then because the base damage of Spectral Shield Throw is so high, you get the crit multiplier gets completely out of hand, right? And so everybody is playing Spectral Shield Throw. The split is I am not sure. Seething Fury is the yeah, true. Seething Fury is the jewel. These guys are still doing completely fine, by the way. It takes a little while to kill everything, but not like insane. Like 100 corruption, running quite a few modifiers here as well. So it's completely fine. What's this thing? It's a new one. I don't have that one yet. It's starting to take a while, but I just gave them, I think, 50% health. So, you know. We leveled up as well. More scaling, more crit multi. Yeah, you got it? Okay. Yeah, that's one of the jewels you need. And then you need a few more things, I'm sure. But not much for the initial well, what should I say? The initial build. I don't think it requires much. Yeah, jewel's cheap as fuck. Interesting, so it drops a lot then. Because everybody's using it. Now we got another nice one behind it. Yeah, we'll take it. The only thing I'll do though is resummon everybody again. Because we got grid multi and I think we could potentially got something else. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 of these. Ideally we get a fire one, at least one of them. There's one. Just one, I'll take it. And this dude. Alright, let's go. It's an arena as well. I guess get the buff. Suppose. Mana regen, cooldown recovery speed. Yeah, that doesn't really matter. Well, I guess if we need to summon our entire army it matters, but it shouldn't matter too much. Ow. Okay, this actually hurts. This may not really be the place to be. How many spawn points are there? I'm already counting more. Wait. They got 8 spawn points in here? What the hell? Oh, damn, dude. What am I missing? Oh. I'm missing these guys. And, archers. I mean, it's manageable, right? Bleed's still much easier to go. It's pretty easy build to follow. Ah, I see.
Morning comes at night.
Yeah, you can go to PU. I always find it still like pretty. You miss all context, right? When you go to PoE Ninja, like you still don't know why certain choices are made, and then you think like, okay, I can't actually, I don't have that weapon, or I don't really, I can't afford this unique, and then it's hard to tell if that means that the whole build is breaking down, or if you can actually swap it for something else. So I find it always pretty difficult to look at like PoE Ninja and think like, oh yeah, this I can swap, or this I can't swap, unless you build an exact replica. But then you can't, because PoE Ninja only shows like insanely expensive builds, right? It only has like the top end of builds, so you can't afford those for sure. I don't know. It's a little tricky, right? Not for many people, but if you're struggling with a build guide, it could help. That's true, it's true. So if you have a build guide as your let's say basis, then I agree. Let's see if this was worth it. Well, theoretically it wasn't worth it, but it might be worth it for another build. Freeze rate and poison, bone amulet, 100% increased necrotic, and crit multi. Alright, that's not too bad. Crit multi, main health, chance to shock. Mana, yeah, metal damage over time, frailty. Pretty bad, but this one could be fun. If we... It's tier 6 and tier 5. You want to get a better implicit on this thing. But otherwise, I think we'll gamble a little bit with it, right? Might instantly break. Okay, didn't. That's good. So I think you just get it up there as high as you can, I suppose. Probably mess around a little bit with the implicit, right? That's shaping. Because it's 40-40. Yeah, max rolls is 40-40. So if you can get that, or close to it, I mean, I'll take it, right? 34-30. 31-31. 27. 39-32. Okay, I mean, that's gotta be it, right? And then 58. Okay, so you got, what is that, like 17% chance to mess it up? And otherwise you just fraction. I think this, how are the rolls on this thing? Pretty good, actually. Max roll on crit strike multi, which is probably important. I mean, I don't really know what kind of build this would be for, but you could do, a Death Seal Lich or something. Then this wouldn't be too bad, right? Decent number of res. Maybe you want better mods on your amulet, but it's not the end of the world. Okay, we're gonna be shattering some things. Yeah, we're gonna have a look at that sword as well. Like, what the hell is that? Minion health, poison res, void res. Okay. That could be actually good. If I put some either damage or just intelligence on it, right? I mean, intelligence is pretty decent. 1 intelligence is 4% minion damage already. But also a bit of health. And sometimes something else as well. Like scaling. 112% damage, right? So that might not be the end of the world. What else do we put as a prefix over here? Oh, the health regen. Yeah, that's what I want. Okay, let's try and get a bit of this on there. I hope it doesn't, completely break, I guess. I'm gonna have a lightning res issue, but we're gonna try this, right? Okay. Not bad. How are the rolls? Rolls are good. Implicit could be a lot better, right? We could get a bit more armor. 71. I mean, we don't have to be greedy. It's fine. But if I put this on, I have an issue with lightning res. Right, 61. But otherwise, it's pretty good. I mean, 77 main health. That's per second or what? How does that work? Does it say? The rate at which your health regenerates over time. So it's just a rating. It doesn't really... Why does it say health regen 0? It should be 77, right? Is that bugged? Is that why my minions aren't regenerating any health? They're full health now, though. Okay, so I need a bit of lightning res one way or another. Maybe we can't use it right now, but I'll put it in the stash. Okay, what's this thing? Melee lightning, melee cold, melee spell lightning, spell cold. Melee attack speed, movement speed. 12% chance to cast lightning blast when you use a melee attack and hit at least one enemy. Interesting. That's interesting. Aren't minions always full health in the city? No, actually, no. They're not. I'm running out of space. I should put like one thing away that I hardly ever use. Right, this one, for example. Like I hardly ever use that one. These are some of the more interesting, unique ones that you don't really get too often. Just like this one. I mean, Hero is gonna go with this one, right? And this one as well. Right, and then I have like generic good jewelry. Here is a generic good bone amulet. If I ever have a build, I have some good stuff to choose from. At least that's the idea. Wouldn't say it actually works out all the time, but alright. And then fire aura, right? Do I have a specific tab for fire aura? I was trying it at some point. Here, fire aura stacking. So let's put this in there. We'll figure that out later. Could be fun. Here's another one with a lot of a similar belt to some extent. If I can get rid of the fire res with the rune of removal and a bit of luck. Okay, exactly like that. Yes. And I put lightning res in there. Now we need to get lucky. And I put minion health regen in there. Yeah, okay. I mean, we got lucky that one time. Not lucky 2 times, I'm afraid. Alright, we'll sell the other ones and we'll continue. Buy runes of shattering. Always buy runes of shattering. Because you never have enough of those. 2 to summon wraith. I mean, we'll buy it, right, for 2k. And then shatter it. I mean, tier 5, you know. You should get a few of those. None. Come on, game. Come on, man. Yeah, we'll take the unique, right? It's another arena. Interesting. Playing around with stuff, that's fun to me. Yeah, I wouldn't mind experiencing more. I agree. Biggest gap, what I know is the uniques and affixes, since there are so many. In Path of Exile, you mean? Or are we talking about last Epoch now? In PoE, there are so many, right? I also feel that in PoE, a lot of the uniques, there's just not really any use for them. They're waiting for, you know, that skill gem or that upgrade, where all of a sudden they become useful again. That's the case with quite a few of them. Ow. What is hurting so much here? Ow. I'm dying. Holy shit, not these guys. Okay, we're running, boys. Here's the fire golem again. Here's the mage. Here's some of these. Give me some potions. I ate something here. I ate my own fire mage. Yeah, okay. Potions. It's definitely becoming a little bit more difficult, huh, this one. Because there's just so many guys. What's good? What's going on there? The stacking of these modifiers isn't helping either, I'm sure. But I think we're also to some extent reaching a little bit the limits of the build in that sense. I mean, if you're not willing to cast any skill yourself, which, you know, is kind of what's happening here, then it seems that we've reached the limits a little bit to that extent, right? I mean, I'm surviving, but it's not it's not great. Well, let me put it like that. Am I still missing something? Yeah, I'm missing my abomination again. Alright, so okay, this looks a lot better. There we go. Yeah, PoE. Yeah. I mean, I guess the good thing is you don't need to know most of them, because most of them are completely useless. But I see what you mean. I feel similar, by the way. I mean, there are uniques dropping there from time to time that I wouldn't even know what I could do with them, right? I'm like, yeah, okay. This looks like fun, but I have absolutely no idea what's going on here. Okay, we've explored most of it. We could do bosses pretty soon, but then we need to be a little bit wary with our modifiers. They're in a pretty decent spot, actually. So we're gonna do this one, the Vessel of Chaos, and then see if there's anything new or interesting popping up that we could just pick. But otherwise, I am more interested in the quest echoes than in the other stuff, honestly. Because that's gonna give me a blessing that I don't yet have. As well as unlock a reward. Oh, sorry, unlock the last timeline that I still need to complete. You need the Wigs of Argentus with all the running you do. Do I know that item? I'm not sure. Maybe. I'm not sure I know that item, actually. It sounds familiar, but I can't place it right now. Thanks for chatting with me about ARPGs. Yeah, sure. Heading off to bed. Yeah, sleep well. Have a good night. No, you're not obnoxious at all. Don't worry about it. I mean, it's part of it's part of the point of streaming, right? That you're just like talking with some people. Isn't that the whole point? I enjoy that at least. I mean, there's not really any other reason for me to stream, to be honest. So no worries. Have a good night. Meantime, we're gonna try and complete these echoes. %40 damage reduction while moving. Really? Are those unique boots? I don't think I have them. It just sounds so familiar, but maybe that's because of like Argentus. That, you know, because it's the boss. I guess they drop from Argentus, don't they? Oh, that damage, dude. What is that? Yourself, Thyworm is back, yeah. I mean, I've been making some videos, but not about last Epoch, yeah. It's true. Yeah, we're playing a bit. I'm enjoying new patch. It's fun. You know. Ow. Holy shit, dude. It's a fun patch, right? I mean, there's plenty of plenty of stuff to do, I guess. Although the endgame didn't change too much, but a shitload of new uniques. I think a lot of interesting new skills and a bit of reworks on other skills. I mean, okay, let's actually target the vessel. This is taking way too long. Holy moly. Kill the vessel, guys. This is like an unending wave of enemies. I'm not sure these guys give you experience. If these guys give you experience, that would be actually pretty broken. You can just stand here and keep leveling. But yeah, I think at some point we should probably kill this thing, right? You can't keep doing this. I might also die at some point, which would be extremely sad. Okay. Gotta be level 84 to wear it though. 84. Holy moly. They don't give XP? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that would be a little bit broken. There's a very small chance I have it. I don't keep track of everything, but I don't think I do, right? I mean, these are not level 84 chests, and these are all the unique chests that I have. So, it's farmable, yeah. Argentus. I killed Argentus on normal. We could try that timeline, right? I don't really care about which timeline I'm doing. I'm just trying to get all the blessings first, because I still need to do that. So this is my map so far, right? We're farming over here, the Black Sun currently, but then empowered, because I always skip the Black Sun and Lagon, right? Because I fucking hate Lagon. It's like the worst fight. But all the other blessings, well, I can give you a small rundown, right? Blessings. So we got we got a few blessings. Is this what we have? Fall of the Outcasts. Oh, these are the active blessings, right? So we got unique drop rate. We got ring drop rate. This is, I guess, is what we're gonna get now. Not sure what. Wand drop rate, prefix shot drop rate, 40% crit avoidance, that was a nice one. 37 fire res, 29 fizz res, and body armor shard drop, right? So Lagon and Raya, those are the two that are left. But yeah, I got the stability required. I just re-rolled the entire map, at least all the things that I didn't do with the Chaos Vessel, right? So we're gonna. I think we might look at a few new ones. For example, this is new, right? We can do that one. Let's see. Because there's so much new stuff in the map, or sorry, in the patch. It's kind of fun to just farm and see what you end up with. I haven't really looked at any database sites or whatnot. It took you 12 runs. Holy moly. Yeah, I don't know if I can survive 12 runs, man. And I don't mean my build, I mean my sanity. Like, I would not have any issues with that in some of the other ARPGs that have a bit more variety in the endgame. But in this one, I am not sure if I can do 12 runs, man. Oof. Like the thought alone of it. You can do it reasonably fast, I suppose. Right? Like, oh wait. Yeah, this layout. You can do reasonably fast, I guess, but it still seems like a lot of runs. I'm curious how they're gonna do that with multiplayer. That if you have, let's say, this point in a timeline where you can do the boss, and you just invite 3 other people, what's gonna happen, right? Can you just join there? These guys are on the move as well, and then all get a chance at like the boss's loot. It would be pretty efficient, right? Each person could just do their own timeline. And then as soon as you get to the boss, you invite a bunch of bodies. And then just kill the boss. Could be fun. But once again, not sure if that's the way they're gonna implement that. I could imagine they do something against it, but on the other hand, yeah, what are they gonna do, right? What do you guys think? Will we have multiplayer next patch? Think it's gonna be in there? Or do you think it's gonna take another patch? Ow. Jeez, the damage of this dude. Jeez. This damage. You doubt it? Two more months, right? I'm honestly not sure. This is not a trick question. I'm honestly curious. I could imagine. I mean, we've seen plenty of movie clips that they're already. I mean, it's clearly working on a small scale. Right, I mean, they definitely, they could release something, let's put it like that, right? From what we've seen so far. But then Judd also said, like, we don't want to release like a half-assed kind of thing, right? Serpent's milk. Yeah, I got those already. Oh, this is a new one. Nice. Yeah, we'll love to see, but don't know. Yeah, no, I agree. Right, so is it a 2 set piece? Oh, it is a 2 set piece. So what does it do? What's the idea here? A block rogue is the idea here. So, increased bleed effect, increased bleed duration. Those are very strong modifiers. And then less necrotic damage taken on block. Yeah, okay. It's whatever, right? Chance to find potions. Increased area of mirage attacks with lethal mirage. If you wear the set, 100% glancing blow chance is converted to block chance. So, this allows you to make a block rogue. A bleed block rogue. Right? And the shield, what does the shield do? Necrotic resistance, 1 to flurry, 1 to lethal mirage, which is not bad. I mean, it's on a shield. Normally there's no other way to get these skill points on the shield, right? You got a little bit of resistance there, but that's about it. It's not a high block chance to begin with, by the way. Only 19%. But you can get a lot of you could get a lot of glancing blow in the tree. You could try and make something out of this. It could actually be pretty interesting. I'd be interested. Okay, we're gonna try this. We're gonna try that a little bit later, I think. Let's see if there's anything else interesting that popped up. That got rerouted. Here's a shield that I can get to that, and there's a set item behind it. Here's a set item, Fizz, and a unique. Yeah, sure. I'd rather have the experience, so let's do this. Another small change that I also really liked in the patch notes was the new, I think it's prefix for belts that allow you to cleanse basically all ailments. So it's basically like ailment immunity on a prefix on a belt whenever you use a potion. You get a little bit of ward as well, but that's completely useless in most cases. But ailment immune is pretty good because the game didn't have that, right? So mods like chill and slow and whatnot were annoying as hell, and it might not really still be at a place where, you know, you would consider yourself ailment immune, but at least you could use a potion and get rid of the stacks, depending of course on the kind of build you are, but it's a step in the right direction, right? I wish at some point in time they would make a loot filter option as well for shards. You know, you can filter shards that, like, you can never see a strength shard again, or well, any attribute shard, honestly, because I got like 3,000 of them. Also, the loot filter received a few smaller improvements as well this patch. Like the duplication rule thing. It's actually pretty useful. Oh no, not these guys. These are This is by far the most annoying enemy that they put in the game. Holy moly. If you got 2 of those next to each other, it's taking like 5 minutes to kill them. Ow. Okay, what are we dealing with here? Wait, what are we supposed to kill? I don't see it. We're already killing it, I think, but... Oh, Ultra Ek the Survivor. Sure. Have fun, guys. Here's another row, another Wraith. Skeletal Mage damage reflected. I mean, we'll shard it, right? We'll shard it when the time comes. Another slab, okay. We could have double set items, increased damage, increased health. The set items aren't that amazing, honestly, but yeah, sure. But we also need to start thinking about the quest echo line. You don't want to fight the boss with like, well, ideally with any modifiers. But I don't have that much of a powerful build, right? So I need to plan this out a little bit. I mean, it works for the purpose that we are really playing for currently, which is, let's say, 100 corruption. But I think anything above that, or like a whole bunch of modifiers on these timelines, it's I don't think it's going to end up very well, to be honest. But I am sort of like pleasantly surprised, as we would say in Dutch, about this this build. I mean, the developers set out to make this like an archetype that you could play, right? And I would argue, based on this gameplay, and this is not like insane gear or anything, right? It's pretty standard stuff. I would say, and I'm still running around with this like crappy wand, right? You would think that you could have something better by now, but it's definitely viable, right? It's not great, but it's a viable playstyle if you want to go without pressing a single button, pretty much. I'm not pressing any button unless my minions die, which doesn't even happen that often either. There's a little bit more room for scaling, but not much, but a little bit. Maybe you could get a blessing with some minion damage on it or something. I don't actually know. I never really looked into all the blessings, to be honest. But I think for the payoff of not having to press a single button, this is decent, right? You can we could turn this into a build guide and just be honest about it and say, hey guys, you know, if you just want to build with where you only need to move around, you don't need to do anything else, this actually works, right? The Abomination's taking aggro as he is supposed to. He's pretty tanky. I mean, he takes quite a bit of heat and damage, but generally speaking, he doesn't die unless I accidentally eat him with my passives. Even in bosses, like this guy is completely fine so far. So I'll do a few more empowered timelines and get the build up and running to some extent, right? But then I might make a small guide for this. It's nothing special, but I think it's good information to have, right? If you want to build like this, you can play this. It works. Once again, it's nothing special, but it's completely fine. It's a decent streaming build as well, right? You can just read chat and walk around. You don't have to press any buttons. I'm not too squishy myself either, right? 117 crit chance. I mean, maybe. Another Corsair helmet. This one seems not as good. Okay, we'll go for this. Do we want 5 timelines with 42% increased health? I am not too sure about that, to be honest. I am not too sure about that. I'd rather give them a modifier that doesn't really matter, like, you know, crit. So this is crit avoidance for 3 timelines. And it's got another of those, you know, targetable helmets. Now, I'm not targeting anything currently. I don't know what the pool is of helmets and if it's any good. So, you know. But at least we get a guaranteed set item, or we might get another Corsair thing, because that's part of the pool, right? They seem pretty common, or at least in this area, they seem pretty common. I think what people might not enjoy too much about this is that it's also not, like, the speed is not great, right? It's not a very fast build. There might be a unique or two that you can weave in here, maybe, to increase the speed a little bit. Oh shit! I ate my abomination, right? I might die here, actually. I'm out of potions. And these guys, like, holy moly. It seems to be a little bit difficult to avoid those with this cast speed, at least. Seems to be a bit rough. Trying to avoid, you know, these things. Look, they take half my health. What the? Give me a health potion. Anyone? Here's one. Jeez. I need another health potion. Here's another one. Help. Help. No. I keep eating my own minions to stay alive. I mean, at least that mechanic works, right? You can't complain about the mechanic. My entire army is pretty much gone, though. Okay, now they're mostly back. My abomination may not survive, but okay. I mean, let's recreate the abomination, because why not, right? And then get these guys back in town. Okay, we're pretty much functional again. What are we doing? Oh, it's still this thing? I didn't even activate it? Jeez. Oh. This is a pretty horrible spot for this in general. I mean, I can't go anywhere. This whole I love the layout, by the way. This is a great map, right? The level design. Generally, by the way, the level design in Last Epoch is pretty good, I would argue. I really enjoy the level design. Also within the campaigns. It's just that at some point you know the level design and then it's not as interesting, right? I can't go anywhere at these levels. Slowly but surely, we're killing the monsters here. Alright. Let's do a quick check over here if there's anything good that dropped. I don't think so, not necessarily. We got all our potions. Yeah, I'll take it. Alright, let's see if we got anything good. I guess the... I guess something like this would never drop a boss unique, right? Yeah, Decayed Skull. That wasn't necessarily worth it, I suppose. Alright, let's see. I think just sell some stuff. Buy all the Shattering Runes, right? Of course. Let's see. Wait a minute. Is that 200% chance a high roll? Oh no, it's a standard roll. But apart from that, it rolled pretty well actually. Yeah, this might be one of the better ones. I got a few of these already. We'll shard this. We'll what tier is that? Tier 3. We'll shard that. Minion CDR 34%. I mean, not for this build, but it could be good. Wait a minute. Those boots. Yeah, fire res. Like, fire res is something I really do not need. No, it's not very good. Fidelity, Fizz res. No. Ellie res? What are the tiers? 4, 2, and 2. Minion dodge, health regen, Ellie res. Okay. I mean, if I can fill the... Oh, but then I'm missing the crit strike avoidance, right? We can try and craft on that, but it's not gonna be easy. Yeah, and this unique. I got a few of these already, but most of these are not very good, I would say. This one's decent. Yeah, let's do a little bit of crafting. So I'm trying to remove health regen, right? That's pretty much it, because if I remove any of the other two, it's kind of doomed. Yeah, okay. That's fine. Okay. Honestly, this doesn't look horrible for a quest echo, if I'm honest. So I think we'll just do that. We should have plenty. We can fail a few times. Even. Which I don't think is necessarily gonna happen, but ooh, these shields. Yeah, but what do we have to go through? All res and regen health. I mean, I just want to get this quest over with, right? I want to get a blessing and then move on to Lagon, which is my least favorite one for sure. Get another blessing. You know. Let's do this. Let's do this. The entire thing resets, right? After you do the quest echoes, isn't that true? Yeah, we're gonna tell everybody to get out of here again. You know, our standard line in situations like this. Oh, sir. Yeah, get out of here. Here's another one. Maybe kill a few of the enemies first. Take the chest. Nothing there though. Yeah, I do pick up the health potions because we really don't have too many of those. Oh, did I eat a minion? No, I didn't even eat a minion. Interesting. There's no way, by the way, that this civilian survives that onslaught, right? I mean, it's a civilian, right? It's a villager. It was swarmed by like 20 void monsters there. Okay, one more. And then we need to go to the center, right? Kill these guys. Ow. Alright, we can kill these guys and then yeah, to the bottom and then to the center, right? I just need to avoid these void monsters and their like ranged attacks. Apart from that, my minions are gonna do the work, right? It's completely fine. Yeah, now this guy, right? The Hollow Maw. These abilities do one-shot you, by the way. They might one-shot my own army as well. Yeah, we're quickly losing them. Oh, keep attacking, guys. Keep attacking. I'll summon the reinforcements, no problem. Yeah, so it takes a while to kill these guys, but I feel that it's kind of pointless to make a boss killer in last epoch because there's currently no way to sort of farm bosses because you need to do all the mapping in between or you know in front of it. Maybe a multiplayer that might be a little bit different if you can just join other people, you know. But for now, I don't mind if the boss takes a little bit longer. Plus 10 minion melee physical damage. Yeah, we don't do that. I'm gonna try and buy this belt and craft on it. It might actually be decent. Alright, so what I need is regen, right? And I need lightning res. just to stay in line with my other belt. Okay. And then we just need to be lucky. Okay, yeah, thank you. That's a shame. Yeah, we might look a little bit more into those to those deals with the vendor actually. Whenever we can get them, I suppose. I'm honestly not sure how good minion regen is, but it could be decent, I feel. Because I think I'm scaling quite a bit of it in the tree. I just don't have any base. So my minions are just not regenerating health. I don't think there is, like, without any investment, I don't think there is base and minion regen at all. At least my minions don't seem to heal. Even if I'm like going AFK for 30 minutes. They don't heal. So that's a little bit different from, I think, other minions. In typical games, they do tend to heal, right? At least very slowly. Then you can scale off their base minion regen, but that doesn't seem to be the case over here. There's no base minion regen at all. I don't know, it might be too easy or something, but there are honestly not that many sources where you can get regen from. I could get base health or base minion health regen in the tree. Very low numbers, by the way. But on the belts you can get like 70 or 80 health regen, which seems, you know, seems good. But it might be bugged, because even if I did equip or at least the tooltip might be bugged. Because when I equipped the belt, there was no regen going on at all. But yeah, we'll see. Because the only reason my abomination is staying alive, let's say, is because he's got some leech. So they're leeching off their damage. And same is true for the skeletons. Like, they're leeching their crit damage and I think a little bit of their regular damage into health. Like a percentage of that goes into health leech. And so they somewhat stay alive. You can see, like, it's not really dropping his health. He might be gaining a little bit of health, especially if he's not really under attack. But in any and most other cases, they seem to be losing health, but you don't have individual health bars, so it's hard to track. And I don't want to enable them in the UI, because then you can't see shit anymore. Alright, but here we are at the bosses, at least soon. We can just keep going. We'll have a little party at the end of the valley, I think. Yeah, here. Right. I'm assuming it's going well over there. I mean, who knows, right? Yeah, there we go. The Prophet of Ruin. They're all just firing away. It's very good. Okay, and then the Oracle of the Black Sun. Yeah, he goes down as well. But the aggro of the Abomination is very good. I mean, he's clearly tanking the bosses, which is exactly what he's supposed to do. I just think if I would swap my 2 permanent race into, you know, non-permanent race and summon 8 or something of them, it would probably be a lot better, right? I think you would have quite a bit more damage output in that sense. Is this a good roll? No, it's not a good roll. Alright, Ruins of Solarum. Yeah, that's Raya. Might be tricky actually with my minion army. Do we want to do anything before we start? Nah. Let's see how well they survive. I don't think they got a lot of void res actually. But we'll see. I mean, they're still alive. All of them. Where'd he go? Oh, they found him. Okay, yeah, there he is. I'm just gonna resummon now that I have some mana, which is probably not a bad idea, right? Yeah, so this definitely takes a while. I've seen quicker boss kills than this for sure. But once again, you're not doing bosses too often, so I don't mind this taking a while. It's otherwise a pretty smooth kill. I mean, they're not constantly dying either, these minions. I mean, this hurts quite a bit, but they have a reasonable health pool, honestly. Let's direct them over here. I could even buff it a little bit more, right? I mean, if we would have a few more potions, you could just use hunger, or like the hunger buff, like this. And then they do a little bit more damage, they start leeching. Yeah, these gloves you get all the time, right? These atrophy gloves. Alright, what do we get? Oh, they're all pretty bad, huh? These are all pretty bad. This was not what I was looking for. I mean, maybe health gain on block wouldn't even be horrible because I have like 43% block rate, but 21 health. I mean, apparently it's a high roll because 95 dodge. I mean, what's the range? 61 to 100, so it's also a high roll. I don't know, man. I mean, these two definitely completely ass, so that doesn't matter at all. I think the health on block is not too bad. I mean, I'm definitely blocking a whole lot more than I'm dodging, and dodge is falling off hard, right? I'm not speccing into dodge at all. I don't have a single thing scaling with dodge for me. So I think we'll take this, but this doesn't really fill me with an awful lot of joy, I'll be honest. I'm not sure you can get much better than this, but yeah. But it's okay. Fine. Little bit of block. Reward is horrible. Right? This is just pretty bad. Alright. Is it a good roll at least? No. Not really. It's not. It's like in the middle. Yeah, we got the quest completed. We need one more timeline. The Lagon one, right? The last one. Not sure what kind of blessing we can get over there, but it's the last one for the build, and then we can do a bit of like variations, I think. I'm gonna stick to this build a little bit longer, and do some more empowered timelines and see how it feels. But I think I got a pretty decent feel for the build. It's not gonna get much better, honestly. So this is kind of gonna be it. I'm gonna check out that health region thing for sure. But also for now, I think this has been it for this stream. We've been streaming for like 4 hours or something. Does it say? I don't actually know. 4 hours 20 minutes. I hope you had a good time, guys. I enjoyed myself. I'll probably stream a little bit more of Last Epoch. I think it's pretty cool patch, and there's plenty of things I want to try out, and we might as well try it out on stream if I'm trying it out anyway. So yeah, after work for me this is just really chill, do a small stream and talk a little bit with you, so thanks for that. I will see you soon. There might be some videos out as well, and enjoy your evenings. Yeah, have a good night. See you all around. Bye bye.